It's down the field.
Yeah, sure.
Hello. Yeah. It's working? Very good.
I've seen it. I was surprised to see an element of that.
What did you say? Oh, because I just unmuted it. Try it again.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I'll only give you guys the hard questions. When it's the easy questions, like how are you this morning? Take those.
Okay.
We are back on the record, and thanks to our crack team of IT, YouTube, WebEx folks. So we are live streaming, I believe, at this point. We are going to transition into the more meaty part of our agenda today, leading with the first of 6 panels with respect to the future programming, the EmPower programs. The best use of your time for the commission would be to stay on items where there was disagreement, where you would be sponsoring your arguments to allow the commission to best inform the legislature when our report is due to Annapolis on July 1st. At this point, we do have 9 parties that wish to speak over the course of the next hour. I do want to reserve time for commissioner questions. So please keep your presentations to approximately 4 minutes or so. I know it'll be a challenge for some. Please note that we have all these slides, all these presentations, so we don't need to go through each and every one of your talking points, just the ones that you need to deliver to us today. We'll begin with Ms. Zeichner, OPC.
Chairman and Commissioners, good morning again. Nicole Zeichner, Assistant People's Counsel for the Office of People's Counsel. Looking forward to a goal structure for EmPower, state policy and greenhouse gas goals. A greenhouse gas.
Yes, I did not state that this is the new goal structure panel. Thank you.
A greenhouse gas-based goal for EmPower is especially important given Maryland's new climate law. The goal, as we know, is net zero by 2045. The new law underscores Maryland's commitment to broader electrification of both existing buildings and new construction as a component of decarbonization. We would suggest that there should be behind the meter, emphasis for EmPower. We support an emphasis on behind the meter savings and EmPower as they can be done more broadly and in a more diverse manner than other types of resources. The utility's natural domain would be their side of the meter. EmPower exists as a framework to support savings behind the meter, but it will almost always be easier for utilities to develop solutions on their side of the meter. In 2021 to 2023 plans, non-EmPower funded savings make up 26% of total savings claims, although those savings are not evaluated and verified in the same way as EmPower funded savings. EmPower has counted savings from programs that are utility side of the meter and do not use EmPower funds. But if this is to continue, we recommend that limits are established for how much these savings can count towards EmPower goals, and that these programs are subjected to the same standards of transparency and cost effectiveness as EmPower funded programs. We feel that 26% is pretty significant, and we feel that that process should be just as transparent as EmPower funded programs. It is our position as to a goal framework that 85% of savings should be behind the meter. As to a goal-setting proceeding, we would recommend a goal-setting proceeding after we receive the results of the GHG abatement potential study. the quantity of the overall greenhouse gas target for EmPower is just as important as determining the goal framework, especially in light of the climate law. Although the GHG abatement potential study will provide guidance on a GHG target, it is important that stakeholders have the opportunity to evaluate and make recommendations based on this study. OPC respectfully recommends a GHG goal setting proceeding that would take place in the winter, after the results of the potential study have been released. Absent such a proceeding, our concern is that the utilities will determine on their own what goals they believe that are acceptable or what goals they should set. And by the time fully developed plans are submitted in August 2023, it would be more difficult for the commission to order substantially different targets. So we would hope that there would be a comprehensive proceeding where everyone's perspectives and input could be taken into account. Thank you. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. We'll next turn to Mr. Gravatt with the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. Hello, sir.
Good morning, Chairman Stanek. Good to see you again. Commissioner Richard, Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner Linton, it's really quite a pleasure to be back with you again talking about these important subjects. Regarding the goal structure, quite a bit of work was done, and I think it may have been really one of the high points of the future programming work group in discussing a goal framework, and where the joint utilities and really all the parties agreed that greenhouse gas abatement was an appropriate metric for the future. But I also want to acknowledge that while there's an agreement on the framework, there was really no agreement or even much discussion about what the numbers to fill in those XX spots in the framework should be. And that is the hard part of this discussion. There's almost certain, in fact, I would be, so if I were a betting man, I would bet that there are going to be very significant differences of opinion about what the magnitude of those goals should be. And the commission will have to make some decisions about what the right number is, reflecting all of that input. The market potential study is underway, and it is very specifically limited to looking at behind the meter potential. So while the goal framework addresses both behind the meter and front of the meter savings opportunities, there isn't currently any process that I'm aware of that's assessing what the opportunity for greenhouse gas abatement from front of the meter initiatives is. So in setting a goal, I think it's important to use the information that comes forward in the potential study, but to recognize also that it's not the whole picture. So other information does need to be reflected in the decision making about the magnitude of the goal. And I do just want to take a moment. There's been a lot of discussion about the potential study. I want to acknowledge Ms. North in particular, but PHI who's leading the potential study team for the transparency of the process to date. It's still early in the process, but there have been really significant efforts to make sure that information is shared and discussed in an open way. I want to acknowledge that. I'll also say it's significantly behind schedule. So setting a date for when this information will be available to the commission may be a little tricky right now. And the utilities may be able to provide more information on the schedule if you're interested in that. And lastly, we have the Climate Solutions Now Act, and we have the Low Income Savings Goal Act, which have both been passed by the General Assembly, and thinking about how those fit into establishing the numeric quantification of goals for EmPower is important and challenging. So I'm actually going to second very closely the Office of People's Counsel recommendation for a deliberative process. I would say deliberative process or a litigated process where parties have the opportunity to provide evidence to supplement what comes forward from the market potential study to inform the magnitude of the goals that the commission ultimately establishes. And, and perhaps MDE will also weigh in on that. I'm not sure, but I thought that the information that Mr. Stewart provided this morning was quite compelling in understanding how important maximizing the benefits from EmPower will be in the state's ability to meet its goals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We will next turn to Dr. Adirusu, Maryland Energy Administration. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Babatunde Idrisu from the Maryland Energy Administration. I don't have a presentation, so I'll just be reading up my comments. As we look forward to the future goal setting for the EmPower program, MEA offers the following guiding principles to inform the goal structure. We believe that it's important that goals are consistent with state law and objectives. This is particularly important with the passage of the Climate Solution Act and HB 108, that's the Limited Income Goal Act. It's important that they are cost effective and flexible to changing markets and do not disproportionately affect ratepayers. It's also important that the goals are clear, consistent, and achievable. We also believe that it's important that the goals are limited to a certain number to provide a clear focus for utilities and not create undue burdens. We support incentives that cost effectively encourage energy and greenhouse emission savings. We also believe that peak demand response should play a role in EmPower's future as it provides opportunities to avoid and reduce the need for infrastructure upgrades. The expansion of EmPower to include fuel switching could be beneficial, but we also believe that it's important to consider potential short-term and long-term effects on ratepayers. It's important to manage as much as possible increased costs to ratepayers. MEA supports mechanisms to improve evaluation, measurement, and verification of savings, and proposes the implementation of GHG measurement protocols across utility activities to track and verify GHG savings that may contribute to the future GHG abatement goal. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll hear from the Department of Housing and Community Development. Ms. Tran, would you prefer to, are you okay with?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning still, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Nicola Tran, I'm the Senior Energy Program Manager for the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development. DHCD has no specific opinions on what an EmPower goal should be. However, we recommend that the following three principles should be kept in mind when those goals are set in order to maximize the benefits to Maryland's disadvantaged communities that we traditionally service. Number one, DHCD and the utilities should have separate goals so that clearly that the responsibilities are clearly assigned and work can be done in the most efficient way. Second, if there are limited income goals set for the utilities, they should be structured in a way that does not hinder DHCD to meet its goals, but to support DHCD's limited income goals. And third, any goals set through EmPower should align with any potential legislative goals. I'm specifically referencing HB 108, which according to our knowledge has not been signed into law yet. It is still pending signature, but if it were to pass, it would drastically, would DHCD required to drastically increase program production.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tran. We'll now turn to the utilities, starting with PHI, Ms. Pearl Donahue, Valet.
Good morning. This is Dr. Pearl Donahue-Villette. I am a senior manager of strategy at PEPCO and DPL. I will be speaking on behalf of the joint utilities, though my colleagues are, of course, here to answer questions as well. I wanted to start by thanking both Judge Burke and Chief Judge McLean. There was a lot of ground traveled in this working group with some very important matters. And I especially want to thank them for the flexibility that they gave us in the timeline when there were opportunities to establish consensus areas such as this goal structure. And since I'm going to, I think, thank everyone in the room, I'll also thank my fellow stakeholders for going through these conversations and making significant trade-offs in this goal structure between the structure, the goal measurement, and the types of resources, all of which are recorded in that consensus document. Because it was a consensus document, though, I will keep my remarks short. What we most value as the joint utilities in this goal structure is that it is both focused and flexible. It is focused in that we have a single goal. There is one objective that we are trying to achieve, a negotiated agreement around greenhouse gas abatement. That focus is important for us for our planning and our ability to know where is the goal line, where are we trying to get. It's also flexible. The way that the goal structure exists is that we have requirements on how much at least should we get of different resource types. So if we have a structure that says at least 75% of greenhouse gas abatement must come from behind the meter energy efficiency, one utility could choose to meet that with 80% energy efficiency measures. and another could choose to meet it with 95, and both would be acceptable. That flexibility is important to us both because we serve very different service territories, we have different customer bases, different resources that are available with the customer bases that we are privileged to serve. It is also important to us because there's technological change, and we don't know what is going to be on the horizon in 5 years. And we believe it is very important to have this flexibility in a lasting goal structure. We do agree with several of the parties that there will be a need to discuss data sources other than the potential study to determine those goal levels. We do not have a clear vision of what that is at this time, but we do know that it's important that this is not the only venue that greenhouse gas abatement will be discussed with the utilities, and not all greenhouse gas abatement programs necessarily go through EmPower. With that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Donahue. Do you speak on behalf of all the utilities here today?
Right now, I'm speaking on behalf of the joint utilities. I will certainly let you know if I speak only on behalf of PEPCO and DPL.
Okay, wait, when you say joint utilities, are you speaking for Potomac Edison, WGL, or just the Exelon utilities?
The Exelon utilities, WGL, as well as Potomac Edison, unless Ed tells me that I'm no longer allowed to speak on his behalf.
All right. I see no.
And
No,
MECO.
and MECO. Okay, so all the utilities, unless somebody objects. Thank you. We will now turn to Dan Hurley of staff.
Good morning again, Chairman and Commissioners. Dan Hurley on behalf of staff. I'll keep my comments very brief. We did have success in determining kind of this overall goal picture for the greenhouse gas abatement goal. And of course, now we're into the devil's in the details where we're going to hit these percentages of behind the meter, in front of the meter, which will be coming about later on this year. If there is a concern that we don't want to get bogged down in what the percentages are going to be. I think everything we're going to have, there's potential for having some differences of opinion on what the percentages should be. And, we will need guidance from the commission or even a directive from the commission to make a decision. But if there's non-consensus, we're going to need the commission to decide that for us. We've had some work groups over the years where we've given the commission non-consensus items, but we've been able to kind of go back and look at it. In this case, we're really not going to have time to go back and look at it again. But at some point, we're going to need a decision from this commission on the appropriate breakdown of the portfolios. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, and thank you for all the panelists for being really succinct in your presentations. So far today, we're on track. When evaluating new goals or goal singular, I see that there's a wide range of opinions here. Utilities effectively have one goal. OPC, how many goals does OPC list?
So our focus would be, the primary focus would be that 85% be behind the meter, but I believe there are 5 or 6.
Okay, I thought there were 8, but
I'm sorry if I'm forgetting.
Okay, 5. You're probably right there, but that's obviously an area of non-consensus. If we shift the mission of EmPower from kilowatt-hour reduction to GHG abatement, that's a major change away from the 15 years of EmPower to date. I was disappointed that we didn't reach as much consensus as I would have hoped for in the collaborative process for this work group. But one area that stuck out to me was that OPC, perhaps MEAA, had concerns with respect to conservation, voltage reduction, and the utilities perhaps claiming too much. Can you elaborate on your concerns there, and I'll have Dr. Donahue respond.
Thank you, Chairman Stanek. I'd be happy to. I think the commission knows this has been a longstanding concern of mine because, in 2015, when the commission was assessing the goals for EmPower, the advocates agreed that measures such as conservation voltage reduction could be included and counted towards the goal. We didn't really envision that the utilities would decide that it had a 1-year measure life. And I view this, I view that there are 2 flaws in the system here. One is when goals are measured in terms of first-year goals instead of lifetime goals, that gives only a it gives a, what do I want to say, not a really accurate view of the real value of the savings. So, and I think we've corrected that, at least in the recommendation in the consensus framework, that greenhouse gas abatement should be measured in terms of lifetime savings, lifetime benefits. But the other issue, which again, we have also is included in the comprehensive goal framework, is there was agreement that any savings that count towards EmPower should be subject to the same EM&B protocols that any savings that are funded through EmPower are subject to. So I think those are two important steps that have been taken to address the concerns that I've had around CVR. However, you know, and this is, I think everybody in the room, certainly Dr. DV and others, know that this is a hot button item for me. The utilities have been year after year claiming savings from CVR as a one-year measure based on they're paying a fairly nominal amount to maintain it, you know, to operate it, and saying those are new savings every year. That doesn't pass a straight face test for me. And so to then say, okay, well, we're in a new greenhouse gas abatement framework. Oh, by the way, CVR now has a 15-year measure life, which is what the Exelon utilities use ComEd in Chicagoland, a 15-year measure life for CVR, because they're measured in terms of persisting savings. I just want the rules to be clear about how that can apply. And my own view is if there is new CVR that's put into the system, that should legitimately count for the life of the measure. But the investments that ratepayers have already made in CVR should not, in my view, count towards continued savings.
Let's hear the response back from Dr. DV, as you referenced. Obviously, the utilities are able to make their goals for the most part because CVR does account for upwards of 20% of the reductions. Can you respond to Mr. Gravatt?
So I will defer to my colleague, Mr. Shaw, for a substantive answer on CVR that exists today. I do think it's important, though, that what you heard from Mr. Gravatt is that we heard those issues. We heard the discussion around 1 year versus lifetime savings. That was a trade-off that was made in its compromise goal structure. So we did hear those issues. We have reached compromise positions to help mitigate those issues. I am sure that Mr. Gravatt and the joint utilities will not always agree on all issues, but I do want to make sure that I echo the comments that that was something that was addressed in the goal structure in terms of the 1 year lifespan. And I would defer to my colleague on.
He's right, but he's ready. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you.
If you could please state your name for the record.
Sure, Jeff Shaw, Vice President, Distributed Energies and Sustainability for SMECO. One of the benefits as I sit around this room and look, you referenced EmPower for 15 years. I've been here since 2008, so kind of have a historical reference for all of this we've all gone through. Mr. Gravatt is right. This has been a point of contention for the utilities over the years, even with SMECO at times. As Doctor explained, we're willing to talk as far as the measure life of it all goes, up for negotiation, discussions. You've hinted at this new goal structure for us is exactly that. It is new, uncharted territories for us. We're going to need to change how we view things in the past and going forward. So I think things are open for discussion from the utilities relative to CVR. You've given us direct orders on the EM&B that has transpired over the years. Now, Mr. Loper and teams have looked at things, given you reports back from the Exelon utilities relative to CVR. So I think we have a good basis to start from as far as percentages and pieces of it up for discussion. I hope I was able to answer your question. So if not, please ask more.
No, you were. Thank you. I do have one question, and then I'll yield to my colleagues. We discussed that there's an expectation that 85% of the measures be behind the meter. There will be some measures in front of the meter, and there was discussion or non-consensus on whether those, let's say 15% of measures should have a 1 year life for accounting purposes. What is the arguments for and against a 1 year measure versus something longer?
Thank you, Chairman Stanek. My view is that we should use the measure life that is most reasonable to represent what the actual measure life is. And I hope, I'm pretty sure that Mr. Loper would agree with me on that. I know that I'm not going to get the acronym right, but the group that meets to talk about evaluation works very hard on agreeing on what the appropriate measure life is and the unit savings and so forth. And that's why we have actually robust evaluation processes in Maryland. So I wouldn't necessarily, I don't think I've suggested that front of meter should have a shorter measure life. Maybe another party has. I think it should have the life that it reasonably is expected to have. In the case of CVR, there's a large capital investment that's made, and then a relatively modest operations cost that goes on year after year. I think it's the large capital investment is what triggers the measure being put in place, and how long it lasts before that capital investment has to be renewed would indicate the measure life. And I also, to be clear, I mean, the utilities, OPC and MEEA have suggested that 85 behind the meter and 15 front of the meter is a reasonable discussion. The utilities haven't necessarily agreed to that at all, which is fine with all respect. The important parts about that for me is behind the meter translates to direct customer bill savings for participants. And I would be concerned if the front of meter initiatives, even though they may be cost effective and viable, if they supplant those behind the meter resources and customers don't have the same kinds of opportunities to reduce their bills and manage their costs.
Difficult question. Colleagues? Mr. Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so I'm clear on this question about the 75% versus 85% behind versus front of the meter. Where are you? Where is staff, Mr. Hurley?
Staff has not put a position in on the 85 or 15. I think we're more towards a 75-25 share, based on, a new goal structure. Lighting programs won't really exist in this next program cycle. There's going to be new programs that are going to be more expensive to replace lighting as we move forward. So if we can find some in front of the meter to offset some of the loss behind the meter, that'd be appropriate.
Okay, and if I understand correctly, Mr. Grabad, the OPC, I mean, you're in the 85% camp. Is that correct?
MEA doesn't have a position on what should be the ratio, but we believe that they should be focused on the behind the meter saving opportunities. We do believe that activities within the rate case can help to contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, and possibly reduce the surcharge. But we don't have a position on 85% or 75% ratio.
Okay. So still some division at that specific point. For the joint utilities, this question of, I think it was raised, concerns about the front of the meter not really being subject to a transparent and maybe as rigorous review from EM and V standpoint. Is that something that the utilities want to respond to, or are you open to the idea of having I guess, a consensus approach to assessing some of those types of programs?
Yes, Commissioner, as part of this goal structure, one of the things that the joint utilities and all the parties did agree to was that all savings that count toward the greenhouse gas abatement goal will be subject to the same evaluation. So that is something that we've had flexibility with. It was something that we were willing to negotiate on as part of the holistic goal structure.
Thank you. And then I had a question that I think was raised about just the life cycle, the measure life. Should there be more diversity in the behind the meter programs? I think there's been some questions in the past whether too many eggs are in the basket of the shorter term measures, and maybe there ought to be more diversity in that. Is there any thought on that particular topic? I see you shaking your head, Mr. Grabad.
I was talking with some colleagues earlier that when there's a question, I probably have something to say in response. I think you all know me well enough to know that by now. But yes, I think diversity is important. I've long argued in favor of longer lived measures as being potentially more beneficial to grid management. It's more reliable if we know something's going to last for 15 or 20 years, but also more beneficial to customers. But in terms of diversity, considering the presentation that Mr. Stewart gave an hour ago, and the hopes of the Department of the Environment to see dramatic growth in the adoption of heat pump technologies, which, by the way, do last for 12, 15, 20 years. I think that there's a great deal of room to expand that area of the EmPower portfolio.
Any other thoughts on that?
Yes, Commissioner Richard, if Mr. Voorhees could speak to that. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Dylan Voorhees with BIC again. I do think that the diversification that's most important for EmPower does have to do with electrification. And as Mr. Babat said, that happens to coincide with longer lived measures for heat pump technology. But I think measure life is important, but I wouldn't choose it as the primary focus of evaluating whether the portfolio is diverse. I think that the portfolio needs to meet evolving needs. Heat pumps and electrifications, it clearly one that you've heard this morning is important and needs to be a larger part of the portfolio. I also think demand response and managing peak load as you electrify, to Commissioner O'Donnell's questions this morning, it's important that we manage that load. So I think demand response and load management need to be really important parts of the portfolio. So those, I think, are some of the measures of diversification.
Okay, and just let me press on that just a little bit. So you do agree there should be diversity, but I mean, is there a point where particularly behind the meter programs are maybe too skewed just to the shorter measure lives?
Well, I think that the federal regulations on lighting are, whether you want it or not, are going to have a pretty significant impact on the portion of lighting in the portfolio. So I think there's recognition that that is going to need to change, and that will require, that will result in less focus on shorter measures.
Okay, great. Well, thank you.
Commissioner, I would agree in part with Mr. Voorhees on this topic that there is a need for a diversity of programs. We have diversity of programs in our current EmPower offerings, and what we're trying to do as utilities is to define a portfolio that is going to meet multiple objectives, that is going to be cost effective, that is going to deliver the savings that our customer needs, that match what it is that our customers want. And I think that's really important, that what we are trying to do is to serve our customers. So we do need that flexibility to meet the different types of customers that our service territories have and what it is that they're looking for. So if long-lived measures are a significant demand for our customer base, I would expect utilities to adapt to that. But I certainly wouldn't want that to take the place of shorter-lived measures that our customers are actively engaging with and looking to have us help provide services on.
Thank you for that. And just quickly, for MEA, I think you made an argument that we should also be including peak demand measures. Is that, am I getting that correct? And am I talking about this in the correct category?
We do believe that peak demand is going to be an important part of future EmPower goals, especially as we move towards more electrification, because he offers an opportunity for us to control the road and potentially reduce the cost to ratepayers. So yes, we do believe that for future goals that peak demand should be a part of it.
And that also would address, I guess, issues with the greenhouse gas abatement. That you apply that goal also to that goal and that objective as well.
Potentially, but not necessarily directly. But like we move towards more electrification and you get higher demand, peak demand response could be an important part of trying to control demand in the state.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me start with staff. With regard to the goal setting structure or framework, we have to report to the legislature by July 1st. Are you suggesting to us that we should go ahead and report that structure in our July 1st report with a caveat that says we're going to tweak these numbers more precisely once we get the potential study done.
That is correct. The report and due to the General Assembly is going to have this general overview with, again, with that caveat that the work group is still working on, percentages of savings coming from which particular. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Zeichner. So I think I heard you suggest that we not submit as we're required to and wait till we have a proceeding once the market study is done. Is that your position? Because we have requirements on us too.
Commissioner, good morning. I don't believe it would be necessary. I understand that. Our thought was that possibly, and we had discussed this briefly with the utilities during the GHG potential study abatement meeting, whether they could maybe compress their planning by a period of maybe 2 weeks or a month to allow time for both a study to be completed, this proceeding to take place, and you to be able to support or submit your report to General Assembly.
Well, by July 1st.
I understand. It's very difficult, but we feel that it could be done if there's simply a small compression in the planning time.
To May.
I understand.
It's not a small compression.
No.
Huge compression. I just don't find that feasible, but I wanted to clarify what you were really thinking. So you're suggesting.
And I apologize. I might have misspoke on that point. I'm going to let Mr. Voorhees answer this because I believe I was thinking of a different.
If I may, I think there was some questions about the timing, discussion of the timing of your report to the General Assembly, and some question in the potential study work group or stakeholder group about whether there was a December report. I don't think it's possible or feasible to have numeric goals in place for a July report of the legislature, and I think I would agree with Mr. Hurley that there would be substantial benefit to providing recommendations about the general goal structure, including the move to a GHG metric. And I do want to just clarify, Commissioner Stanek, that my understanding OPC does support, per the consensus agreement, a GHG goal as the primary metric. And I think there's questions about the breakdown of where those savings should come from, as you've been discussing. I just wanted to make that clear. I think that there is the whole primary purpose of doing the potential study is to evaluate quantitatively the opportunity for savings. And so it's important that that not be the only input to your goal setting decision making, but it would be an important one. And it is not going to be done until November at the earliest. So I think the establishment of a goal structure would be the focus of a legislative report in July.
Dr. Donahue, would it be possible for the utilities to improve on the study completion before November, or is that carved in stone?
I will defer here to my colleague, Ms. North, who's been managing that site.
Morning.
Name and title.
Yes, hi, Lindsay North, Manager of Program Design and Evaluation for PHI and our Energy Efficiency and Demand Response programs. Morning, Commissioners. So the question I believe you asked is if we could improve upon the timeline to complete the report by November. At this time, I think that is the best that we can do with the compressed timeline and in our efforts to guide the contractor. We have provided them a couple of key data points, and that November deadline was one of the most important things that we provided to them. So we'll continue to work with them and make sure that they stay on schedule to the best that they can. But we also want to allow them to do the study to the best of their ability.
I can accept that. As we often say around here, sometimes it's more important to get it right than to get it quick. So, all right, thank you for that, Ms. North. I do have a question, and I guess I'm going to ask staff, OPC, energy efficiency advocates, and the utilities. Comment on whether or not we should, one, whether or not we should go to a 4-year programming cycle from a 3-year programming cycle, and 2, would it require statutory change, which most likely would, but anyway.
Dan Hurley, Commission staff. It's interesting proposal to move to 4 years. I find it enticing just personally being involved with these programs from the beginning to get that extra year to kind of let these programs get underway. As it currently stands with 3 years, we get the programs approved, and then within 12 months we're looking at the next few years. Looks like there would be some cost savings based off of we'll have, if you go over 12 years, it's 3 plans versus 4 plans, so there is some cost savings there. But then on the other hand, you do get concerned that if how flexible we can be in maybe switching out programs during a 4-year program cycle if something's not working right. So I know I'm not giving you a very direct answer right now. I think 3 years is probably an appropriate time frame. And if we were to move to 4, it would probably require legislative change, because I believe 7 to 11 states that on September 1st, 2008, and every 3 years thereafter, we have to file these plans. So they would require a change.
Thank you. Nicole Zeiger on behalf of the PC. I would have to think about that further, but I do worry about the flexibility and the opportunity to correct. Because we have these new goals, 3 years do allow us to say this needs to be adjusted, and then we can do that a little quicker. So I would also have to think about that further, and my answer might be the same right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I really think a 3-year cycle is great. I think the history and this commission and this EmPower history is the 3 years works really well. It's enough time for the utilities to have flexibility. As the questioning earlier of Potomac Edison, you expect to meet your goals over the 3 years on average. Yes, 3 years gives enough time for that kind of flexibility. You have 1 year, maybe it's not as strong, you can make up for it. Longer than that, in my view, there are a couple of issues with it. Markets change. Dr. Donahue-Vallette said in 5 years from now, we're not even, who knows what's going to be going on. So if we have a 4-year program cycle, there could be some missed opportunities. And I know the utility could come in and request a change in mid-cycle, but the history here has been that doesn't happen a lot. I will speak to my experience in Pennsylvania, which has a 5-year program cycle. And certainly from the advocate's perspective, every 5 years you get to go in and make a case and present your positions, and then you don't really have another chance for 5 years. That's a long time. So I'm strongly in favor of the 3-year cycle.
Thank you. Mr. Tran, does the department have an opinion on that? Okay. MEA?
I'm gonna have to agree with Jim. I believe that the 3-year cycle is appropriate. I do think that especially with new legislation coming up, it's important to be able to have that opportunity to be able to review and change things around if necessary. So I'm in support of the 3-year, maintaining the 3-year time frame.
Mr. Stewart? MDE? Does MDE have an opinion? I guess not. Joint utilities?
The joint utilities would support moving to a 4-year goal structure. There are some administrative efficiencies, which we provided some numeric savings in as an estimate of what we could save in those administrative costs. Those administrative dollars could be spent on customer programs, continuing to get more benefits for our customers from the programs. So we do think that there is merit to looking at a 4-year program cycle. We do understand that my understanding as not a lawyer is yes, that there would necessarily be some legislative change based on the way that it's currently structured.
Thank you.
Ed Miller, Manager, Compliance and Development for Potomac Edison. Just to follow up the doctor's comments, I just wanted to respond to the Mr. Gravatt's comments regarding Pennsylvania with a 5-year cycle. Affiliates of Potomac Edison do operate programs in Pennsylvania, so we do have experience with the 5-year cycle. And I will note that the Pennsylvania process does allow for plan changes to occur during the plan cycle, where we can make certain changes to programs with minor filings with staff. And then ultimately, certain criteria, if it exceeds that, then gets filed with the commission to make changes. It is a process that we have actually made changes under. When I say we, I'm referring to affiliates of Potomac Edison. So I do want to put at ease that there is opportunities to make plan changes during a longer plan cycle, such as the move to 4 years.
Let me ask you a question about that, Mr. Gordon. So you would have a longer period conceivably to average your gains like you're going to do this year in a 3-year cycle. Does that present a problem or a challenge if you provide a longer time period and you have to average a missed savings annual goal over a 4-year period or longer?
I actually don't see it as a problem. I see it more as a benefit. And if we take the past couple of years into account with some of the issues that we're seeing with COVID, supply chain issues, some of the discussion that we had earlier, having a longer cycle time actually allows us to be able to adapt over the plan cycle to meet a goal over, on average, over a longer period of time.
I suspect OPC doesn't agree with it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not just a higher level question. I thought I was hearing some consensus on the question of flexibility for goal setting for utilities, but I'm not really sure. So I heard the utility companies suggest that they needed more flexibility. The People's Council suggested otherwise. So I guess I'm curious, thinking about Goldilocks type of reference here. Are they asking for too much? Or kind of just right?
Thank you. Commissioner, are you referring to the 3 versus 4 year cycle where I commented that the 3-year cycle would allow for more flexibility?
No, I was focusing more on the setting the goals for the greenhouse gas reductions.
So I'm going to let Mr. Voorhees answer this question. Thank you.
Commissioner Linton, I think two points. One is we would agree with Dr. Help me out, Dr. Donahue.
Donahue Villette.
Thank you. DV is also my initial, so, and I don't have a doctor. So, two points. One, I think OPC's position is that there should be flexibility, but that there should be an emphasis on behind the meter. That is the core sort of element of what is EmPower, what distinguishes it from other initiatives that utilities undertake. And so it's at least 15%, at least 85% from behind the meter. It might be not 90% for some utilities, it might be 85%. Some utilities, I believe SMECO and Potomac Edison, are meeting all of their goals in this current plan period from behind the meter. They do not have CBR. Other utilities have those. So we are supporting flexibility, but a minimum that says this is really the focus. This should not focus should be behind the meter, and 85% as a minimum. The other comment about flexibility is that it is important that ultimately you set specific numeric goals. How many tons of greenhouse gases do you expect each utility to reduce? Those goals at the end of the day need to be firm. And the question is, how will you set those? A concern that we would have would be if you set those goals based predominantly on a potential study which looked at only behind the meter opportunities, and you said, well, this is how much opportunity there is behind the meter. We're going to set our goal that way, but we're also going to let you get 40% of your savings, for example, from front of the meter. That I think would create a mismatch and would result in not capturing the opportunity behind the meter that we're trying to uncover. I'm not sure if that point is clear, but.
Thank you. So I guess I'll turn to the joint utilities then. That sounds like it's some consensus, but not everything.
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner. And we do agree that there does need to be a single goal, which is a certain number of tons of greenhouse gas abatement per utility. So we have all agreed to that, and that should be a hard goal. Where we have some difference of opinion is on what is the appropriate mix of resources, the minimum that must be used, or the maximum from different resource types to hit that overall goal. So one of the pieces that we have put in this goal structure is that at least some amount of behind the meter energy efficiency resources must be used to achieve greenhouse gas abatement. OPC and MEEA have put forward an 85% minimum behind the meter measure. Joint utilities, and I'm sure Mr. Hurley will correct me if I misstate his opinion, but the joint utilities are closer to where staff is, and we believe that something closer to a 75% threshold for behind the meter energy efficiency resources would be more appropriate, given the need for flexibility, given the uncertainty in the new goal design.
So is that 75% for the life of a program cycle, or would it be for one, for example?
So it would be 75% for the lifetime of that program cycle.
So Mrs. Riley, she's quoted you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. We are on schedule. Thank you to these panelists. Now that it's noon, we are moving to the second of the 6 panels, focusing on low income and climate equity considerations. Many of the same people could maintain their seats, but if you're not assigned to this panel, you may vacate your seat. We will begin again with Mrs. Zeichner. And I should state that the new additions we have are Mr. Fitzgerald, Ms. North, Duhan, and McClellan. Thank you, Ms. Zeichner.
Thank you. Nicole Zegner on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. As to low income and climate equity issues, this was discussed at the end of the future programming work group. We would start with just going over some basic issues and definitions. The work group was able to agree on several tracking metrics regarding the participation of limited income households in EmPower. The challenge is which metrics or what metrics should be used to hold the utilities accountable. Limited income households, as we know, have less means to invest in energy efficiency, and they experience higher energy burdens. The Building Energy Transition Plan of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change recommends retrofitting all limited income households by 2030. And we believe that the utilities can play a role in assisting limited income households with their energy burdens. Although DHCD has and will continue to provide the core of limited income offerings, we believe that utilities can and should have an increasing role here. We performed an analysis of spending and savings in regard to the population of limited income households in Maryland, and the results were concerning. Roughly 27% of Maryland households earn equal or less than 250% of the federal poverty level. The percentage of EmPower spending on limited income programs is 17.5%. And more concerningly, the percentage of EmPower savings that actually go to limited income households is between 3 and 13%. And that 3 to 13% figure includes our estimate as to how much the utilities programs are assisting limited income households. But we don't believe that that percentage is likely to be more than 10%. That's how we reached that 13%. Our recommendations are that for the next planning cycle, there should be a savings target for DHCD expressed in greenhouse gas reductions. The utilities should be directed to spend a minimum portion of their EmPower funds to support limited income savings, both directly and in new partnerships with DHCD. And the utility should be required to report in detail the limited income savings from their spending, because we don't know that number and we're simply estimating at this point. Our preferred approach would be to set a limited income savings target for the utilities as well. However, an increase in spending on limited income programs is the most important change, coupled with expanded expectations for the utilities to achieve limited income savings through their own efforts, as well as enhanced partnerships with DHCD. We also have HB 108, which is still pending. HB 108, if passed, would establish savings targets for DHCD. To meet those targets, we estimate that DHCD will need roughly 4 times its current budget in the next program cycle. These costs could be lowered, however, with utility partnerships. That estimate assumes business as usual, but with utility partnerships, it is likely those costs could go down. Because of the equity issues experienced by low-income households as part of the EmPower program, OPC does believe that a budget increase for DHCD is warranted. It does not have to be tied to HB 108. And in the future programming work group in the report, we've modeled different scenarios for how this could be accomplished. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Why don't we hear from Ms. Tran back to back? Up here at the table now, Ms. Tran.
Nicolette Tran. I'm a Senior Energy Program Manager for the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, managing the limited income programs. I do realize our comments from earlier might have better fit into this section. So I just will reiterate that we do not have a specific opinion on what the goal should be. We just recommend that the best interest of the limited income population be kept in mind, and that can be achieved through a goal that is set for DHCD or the utilities, or two separate goals for either party. So if there are limited income goals for the utilities, they should be set in a way that they support our goal and not hinder it. If there is a goal, any EmPower goal that is set should not interfere with meeting any party's legislative goals, whether that is going to be the HB 108 law that may be passed pretty soon, or the EmPower goal for the utilities. And our third point was that goals should be clearly separated between DHCD and the utilities so that each party has their designated responsibilities. And aside from that, I'm mainly here for questions regarding the limited income programs. I assume that might be helpful in this discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Trent. And I may ask the question period for you to respond to Ms. Zeichner and her suggestion that your budget be increased. But for now, we'll turn to Mr. Garrett Fitzgerald with Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. This is my first time here. I appreciate being welcome. My name is Garrett Fitzgerald. I'm here on behalf of Montgomery County, where I serve as the county's state climate and energy policy manager. I do not have a slide presentation. Montgomery County has adopted ambitious and important climate goals, and we seek to collaborate with state policymakers, agencies, and other stakeholders to advance progress toward our shared goals. We deeply appreciate the state's leadership on these issues and the efforts of this commission. Staff from our Department of Environment participated in the work group, and just want to echo quickly my appreciation as well for Chief Judge McLean and Judge Burke in the manner that the group was facilitated. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I won't repeat everything that we provided in our written comments, but do appreciate the opportunity to highlight a couple of priorities. Low-income and climate equity issues are absolutely among those priorities. We respectfully encourage the commission to make it a priority that limited income households equitably benefit in terms of energy savings from the entire portfolio of EmPower. We are concerned and share concerns expressed just a moment ago by my colleague from OPC. We're concerned by the findings of the Cadmus study that was cited in the work group report that estimated that low-income households receive, and I quote, roughly $28 million per year in low-income, limited income program investments, or $20 million less per year than income-eligible households pay for EmPower. Prioritizing equitable outcomes would ideally result in these households receiving, in aggregate, a greater benefit than the investment that they are making, potentially a substantially greater benefit. So we respectfully encourage the Commission to explore this issue more deeply on a portfolio basis to identify ways to reduce energy burden for limited income households, potentially including both the range and scope of programs who are serving these customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. We'll now hear from the joint utilities.
Afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Lori Duhan, Senior Manager, Energy Efficiency Portfolio at Baltimore Gas and Electric, and unless stated otherwise, I'm speaking on behalf of the joint utilities. I just want to be thankful, as so many have, for the way the work group was handled. We also had extensive meetings on limiting metrics and reporting, and we came very near consensus. So I'm very thankful for that. Our positions have been written. We've been in reply comments. So at this point, in the interest of time, no outbound comments, but I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Duhan. And we'll turn back to Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was some, Jim Gravatt on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates, there was some discussion that occurred relatively late in the future programming work group process with an outcome that surprised me. And it came from just a question that was kind of rattling around in my head. Do low-income customers in different jurisdictions get the same benefits and pay the same amount in towards a surcharge? And the reason I was thinking about it is if there was a statewide goal that said, as there may be and may go into law, that we have to get 1% savings, and presumably that's achieved equitably across all the customers regardless of where they live, it could mean, this was a hypothetical in my mind, that in some utility territories, low-income customers were going to pay a lot more if we were going to reach the same number of them, because maybe there were more low-income customers living in one utility territory than another. So DHCD asked Cadmus to look at some data. We talked about it, which I deeply appreciate. It was really helpful and illustrative, and that's where this finding, and it's not detailed, it's based on averages, about the large discrepancy between what low-income customers are paying into the surcharge and what they're receiving in annual program expenditures. I was actually shocked to see that. And so it's raised a lot of questions for me about how to equalize that, because I don't think it's fair. That's just my judgment. And this is where the suggestion in the report that we put forward, that really what's needed is a more comprehensive overarching study of energy affordability in Maryland for income qualified customers, because it doesn't seem to me that we're going to necessarily solve this through an incremental approach. If HB 524, SB 524 HB 108 does pass into law, it's going to significantly increase the investments and the savings for low-income households, but it's not going to get to all of them in the next couple of years, and it will increase the surcharge. So how do we manage that? And my conclusion and my recommendation is that we need to look at all the tools that are available to consider energy affordability, and by that I mean energy efficiency, demand response, distributed energy resources, income eligible rate structures potentially, percent of income payment plans, energy assistance. How does it all fit together in a way that can improve energy affordability for a large number of customers? And also, in terms of EmPower, looking at potentially a statewide uniform surcharge. We're going to have a discussion about third parties a little later, but at least for the income eligible programs, because should a low income customer, qualified customer in one utility territory be paying $150 a year in surcharge, and in another utility territory, that same income eligible customer is paying $60 a year in surcharge. I think it calls for a really broad assessment of what the potential solutions are. And that's my comments at this point on low income. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, we'll hear from Dan Hurley.
Thank you. Dan Hurley for Commission staff. This is an important topic that we did spend a great deal of time on in our work group. We had breakout subgroups discussing this topic. And some of that analysis through the cabinet studies is very sobering as far as the impact on our income customers. I think what we're looking at, I think we agree with DHCD as far as if there's goals set, the DHCD goal should be separate from the utility goals, so we don't have competing interest between our utilities and DHCD on meeting the goal. And of course, there's always the concern with the surcharge and budgets for reaching potential limited income goals and actually trying to reach as many limited income customers as possible, which, very worthy goal and something we need to really work on and strive to reach. And with that, we're available.
Thank you. Obviously, a very difficult topic. I think we have general consensus that low-income customers do not receive the same amount of benefits that others contribute through their payment of these EmPower surcharges. Recognize that there's a disparity amongst the service territories. I saw a number in the Chief Judge's report that 46% of BGE customers are considered LI, but you go down to SMECO and it's like 4.5%, so a factor of 10. Recognize that we have a state agency, DHCD, who's responsible for serving these customers. I also recognize that our current statute specifically states that these low-income programs do not need to be cost-effective. They're the only program that's not, and we've seen the number. They're dogs. They lose money, quote unquote. So here, without statutory direction or guidance, I do hear coming from Office of People's Counsel that perhaps the utilities should begin to get into low-income programs. And there may be some merit to that because the utilities know who their customers are and they touch them, and perhaps they could expand the reach of DHCDs. I'm going to have a few questions there, but let me ask Ms. Seigner, sorry. How do you define a low income? How does OPC define a low income customer?
In this case, we're referring to households that earn 250% or less of the federal poverty level.
And how do we verify that a utility customer who is not accepting energy assistance, how do we know that they're below that FPL threshold?
And that was one concern during our subgroup meetings. There was talk of surveying, but that's probably a sensitive subject to ask. For example, when contractors are in the house for a quick home energy checkup, there was some discussion about that question being asked, and it was determined that they didn't feel comfortable asking that question. It's sensitive. Then there was talk of surveying, and we also understand that databases can be purchased, and that is a consideration as well.
The problem is we have another agency, OHEP, who does a great job with minimal staff. But they only reach, as I understand it, 20% of the entire eligible population. So 4 out of 5 low-income customers, whether it be pride, whether it be they don't know that these programs exist, don't take advantage of them. And that's average, I think, around the United States. I think New York has the best penetration, and they're at like 25%. So 20% may not be that bad in the whole scheme of things. Ms. Tran, you heard Ms. Eichner say that your budget needs to be increased. I understand in your pleadings, DHCD is not requesting additional funds. Is that right?
Not at this point. However, if there's a goal set that requires the output of the program, then certainly that requires a larger input.
Would only make sense. And Ms. Doohan, the utilities are not authorized to participate in low-income programs or measures at this time. I get the sense the utilities do not want to go into DHCD's low-income lane. Is that correct?
That is correct. We do offer some limited supplementary or complementary programming, such as light bulb opportunities at food banks and things in dollar stores in communities that tend to be limited income. But we don't think it is appropriate for us to be trying to offer something that is comprehensive in the way that DHCD is offering it, that will be working sort of against each other rather than supporting each other. And the utilities feel our goal would be to support the comprehensive programs at DHCD and continue to offer supplementary programs.
So perhaps that Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Gravatt, Ms. Eichner. In some respects, we recognize there's a problem. DHCD is doing their best to address this segment of society. The utilities supplement where possible, but we don't have any ability to authorize additional programs that are not cost effective. I don't see the solution here. I guess I see the problem in bright lights. I don't see a solution. Are you providing us with one?
Could I ask for clarification, sir? Jim Gravatt on behalf of the Energy Advocates. To your last statement that you can't authorize other programs that are not cost effective. Is that specifically if the utilities were to implement them, or if, for example, if DHCD expanded the scope of their programs as they did propose, and they are going to do, they're offering a kids program, which will be a much lower cost per unit savings than the comprehensive savings program. But if they were to expand initiatives like that,
they could expand them, right? Correct. They could expand their low income initiatives, and they will never be cost effective. We don't expect it to be cost effective. But in terms of casting this net wider, spending more EmPower funds in order to hopefully drive some of these dollars back to the low-income customers that contributed to the pot. I don't see a clear solution on the table. That's it. We may have some solutions, but is there a silver bullet? Because I just don't see it here.
Well, I would say I would agree with you, no silver bullet. I suspect there are solutions, and I don't know, what would require authorization from the legislature. And I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an expert in, rate structures and what you can and can't do. But if there were, for example, percent of income payment option for income qualified households, if there was a cap on how much surcharge income eligible households would pay in, so that it's a per kilowatt hour charge up to, and then it stops, that's one way to potentially mitigate some of the rate pressure. And if we're both mitigating rate pressure and expanding eligibility or access to programs, then that would help.
That's my concern, how we reach these hard to reach customers. The utilities may know who's a low income customer. They could guess. It would just be a guess unless they have some flag in their system that they receive OHEP assistance. But if the majority of customers don't receive OHEP assistance, we can't place that burden on the utilities to try to figure out. We can knock on doors, we can ask people, but as we just heard, that's pretty sensitive to have a contractor asking to see your 1040. Ms. Duhan?
Yeah, the utilities really would like to see, we have a reporting mechanism and metrics that, but for one nuance we agree to, but the utilities think that the utility goal should be a percent of budget. And the reason is we don't want to have greenhouse gas abatement, or if it doesn't change a megawatt hour goal, is that we don't want to compete. However, we think that if we have a percent of budget goal, that really may help us get to those 4 out of 5 or something hopefully of that nature, in that we can have enhanced marketing, enhanced outreach, enhanced education. And therefore, I don't have to know, the utilities don't have to know the specific customer, but if we do outreach in general communities where there's a high percent of limited income customers, possibly, and I have not committing to any of these, but possibly putting information out in specific languages, that would be helpful, and taking that information and primarily steering them to DHCD so that DHCD can continue to provide those comprehensive programs, and the utility would take a burden in the marketing area, in the outreach area, where we do have success in our programming is our communication and the ways to reach broadly the customers, and use the percent of budget to say, X percent is going to be to support the limited income communications and drive customers to the DHCD program.
It seems to make some sense, although that's where the work group stumbled, right? The budget goal versus energy
Correct.
savings goal versus GHG abatement goal. So we have 3 different competing goals out here. Who on this panel disagrees with Ms. Duhan's proposal of a budget goal? It's like, okay, why don't the 3 of you respond?
Well, I'd just say fundamentally, it's important that we take a more outcome-focused view here. We believe in Montgomery County that from a policy perspective, we have a responsibility to ensure that limited income households are receiving benefits equitably. And if that means we have to figure out completely new ways of doing things, then that's what we have to do. And we're not convinced that a pure budget-based goal will get us there. Though I just want to speak really, really quickly, Mr. Chairman, to
Mr. Fitzgerald,
Yeah.
It won't get us there, but it'll get us to a better place than where we are now. Would you agree with that?
yes. And we can talk about this a little bit more. I don't want to speak out of turn the way that the panels have been set up, but we run a program in Montgomery County called Montgomery Energy Connection, which engages with lower income households in Montgomery County through various events that we do. I'm not the person who runs that program, but it's a good example, I believe, of programs that are outside of the existing utility programs and HCD programs. This is not a ratepayer funded thing that we do, but where we're doing a lot of education work around energy, specifically helping households understand energy use, thinking about things that they could do differently. It's an outreach channel to also potentially enroll them in other programs. But I do think there are opportunities to potentially use other kinds of programs than the programs that have been run to date in our efforts to expand the number of folks who are participating.
Thank you. And we do have dozens and dozens of programs. Mr. Gravatt.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jim Gravatt on behalf of the Energy Efficiency Advocates. And first of all, I just hate the idea of spending goals. That just rub me the wrong way, because you can spend money. And I don't think that's what we really want to do. We talk about the surcharge impacts a lot. So why would we want to, encourage the utilities to go spend money? Secondly, I just want to observe that this commission has for several years questioned the utilities and coordination with DHCD and encouraged the utilities not only to support DHCD's programs, but to report to you on what they're doing. So it seems to me that you've already created a motivation for them to do that. And I'm not sure why we then need to create a budget goal for them to really do it instead of just following the direction you've already provided. I do think the utilities should provide that support to DHCD. And I think there is also room in terms of this program questions for doing things like, rather than individual household income verification, targeting communities that census data indicates is a disadvantaged or, a struggling community. Let's try to do a sweep of the whole community. There are other utilities who are trying that approach to reach more households through, targeted outreach.
To be clear, you support the energy savings goal?
I support a low-income energy savings goal. I think to the extent that the utilities may participate in that, there needs to be very, very clear delineation of which types of programs they're responsible for and which type DHCD is responsible for. And the lanes need to be clearly demarked so that there's not competition or trying to poach potential customers from each other.
Ms. Secker.
Thank you. Nicole Zeiger on behalf of OPC. Our proposal actually incorporates items stated by Mr. Gravatt and Ms. Doohan. We think that first, the database purchase could be looked into. Cadmus performed this evaluation, and they mentioned that we can't get very specific data with the data they have, which was, I believe, largely American Community Survey data, but they did say that there was an option to maybe purchase a database. And I believe that that could be investigated, and that would help the utilities target low-income customers a little bit better. We also believe that reporting on limited income savings from their spending would help us identify the communities and also help us help that community get a little bit more savings. And then finally, we don't actually disagree with Ms. Doohan's proposal of spending. We believe there should be a minimum spending goal, but what we would recommend is that DHCD and the utilities work together and develop some complementary programs so that when they have those funds that they're using, they know where to put those funds or where to direct those funds. We don't disagree with the minimum spending goal. We just feel that they need to develop some complementary programs and make sure that they're not encroaching on each other's programs or duplicating programs.
Correct. The last thing we need is duplication of programs targeting very similar or identical audience. I stated at a public speech just last week, and it surprised the number of people. There were legislators in the audience and others. This program, this fifth cycle program, is costing Maryland ratepayers over $1.2 billion. It's a $1 billion program that I think many Marylanders maybe never even heard of EmPower unless they're looking at their utility bill. So we're not talking about dollars and cents. Each of these program years are costing us $350 million. So we get up to the billions quickly. This is a tough issue. I don't know if we could solve it overnight or if it's phased in over the next 3-year cycle from 2024 to 2026 or 2027 if it's a 4-year program. Turn to my colleagues. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Tran, how does a typical limited income person who is interested in availing themselves of your EmPower programming get to you?
The majority of our customers are referred to us from outside partners that we work with. We get referrals from the Office of Home Energy Programs, as well as a number of nonprofits and other state agencies or local government agencies that we have referral partnerships with. Also, they can apply directly with one of our local weatherization agencies, and a smaller number comes directly to DHCD.
So do you have an online portal, a website that someone can come to?
We have an online pre-application that gives the customers information and provides them with the income limits so that they can gauge if they would fall in the range or not. And then they would be contacted by one of our customer service reps.
Okay, OHAP has an online application
Yeah.
process. And
We're working on that too.
it needs a lot of work to make sure the same problem doesn't exist there. I knew a college graduate, graduated from the University of Penn State University, excuse me, who I said, look, you need help. Go to OHAP, there's money available. And she tried, she did it in front of me on her phone. And it was an endless do loop of never getting anywhere. And she was ready to smash her phone by the time she never did get the help she needed. I'm just trying to make sure that that same problem doesn't exist at the HCD.
So we currently do not have an online application. It is all still paper applications, and we do our best to guide clients through the process. It is not an easy process, but we have greatly expanded our allowance for categorical eligibility. So that has helped significantly over the last year. So that customers who were already income certified through another agency don't have to be income certified through us again.
My own theory is that some of this lack of performance in these low income programs, whether it's housing community development or some home energy programs, is due to bureaucratic frustration. So that's why people don't avail themselves of the programs that are available to them. And we talk about it forever. We never get anything developed. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
I just wanted to echo some of the points you made, Mr. Chairman, and this is an essential area that we need to figure out. There's a lot of money at the stake here. Like you said, it's a $1.2 billion program, and it's not going justly to Marylanders the way it needs to be. So let me just ask, Mr. Gravai, you brought this point up. Ms. Tram, how is the coordination working right now with the utilities, and is there something more that we need to do at the commission to try to encourage it to be enhanced so that at least you can begin to have the ability to use utility resources to better carry out your programs?
I would say that the coordination has been great over the last 3 years since the commission has given the direction to the utilities and DHCD to work more closely together. We have regular meetings with all the utilities and with each utility separate on a monthly to bi-monthly basis, in which we discuss the coordination between our energy kit programs, the QHEC and our programs, and how we can refer clients back and forth and make that process easier. We are exchanging lead lists with each other for customers that may be eligible for our programs or the utility programs. From my perspective, the coordination has been going great. I think one item to point towards where there is that conflict of interest that does come in is that currently the utilities baseline of which their savings percentage is calculated does include the limited income population. So there is an incentive to derive savings from the limited income population group as well. So if there is a goal for the DHCD that is also based on the utility, on the limited income populations spending on energy efficiency, there we may be, going after the same savings.
Yeah, and that frustrates me a little bit that there could be a program design issue that's having this unintended consequence. I mean, is there something we can do at the commission, or is this something that has to be addressed legislatively?
So the legislation that is currently pending, the HB 108, I believe that puts the responsibility for limited income savings on DHCD, and also the responsibility to coordinate savings on DHCD. So there is the ability to bring in savings that other parties generate that could go towards our goal.
Okay, so you're trying to work with the legislature and utilities and how we can, instead of making this competitive, you can be better coordinated and
yes,
and we can actually all contribute to the state goal without anyone feeling like they're falling short. So is something that is happening already, or do we need to do something here at the commission to help that process?
I believe we're on a good way. I believe that the way the legislation draft is written is pointing more towards that way. So that would be a good way to go. I don't know if you have any additional input.
Yeah, again, I think coordination is going very well, but the biggest issue that we have to determine is, do we continue in the way we do now, which is DHCD has the primary program. Today, I would much rather a customer not have our QHEC, but go to DHCD for their more comprehensive programming. So we have to have those delineations, but if DHCD has the major programming, it's very difficult for the utilities to produce meaningful savings from those customers. So that's the conundrum, if you will. And one thing, though, I think this might be a good opportunity if I can speak, is that when we did have the smaller group that was getting together to talk about limited income metrics, we looked at a lot of stuff that we think demonstrates that all parties are looking at this seriously, even if it's not a quote goal, and that we're going to report greenhouse gas abatement for the limited income community, percent customer participation in the limited income community, as well as the impact on energy burden. And then we actually took it a step further when we looked at equity and said we look at metrics for renters versus homeowners. So, that could be my daughter living in Canton, not limited income, but what's happening in those areas, and by housing type. So are we over or underrepresenting, even if it's homeownership, a condo or a townhouse row home or a single family home? And then in addition, we talked about reporting metrics, and one is the impact of participating in EmPower on arrearages. And I'll say that's the one slight difference that made this not a pure consensus document. All parties but OPC felt that just informing is enough. OPC felt that needed to be a metric, and get some information on demographic data. And our evaluators thought that there's just too much uncertainty to make it a metric, but it is something that we can inform on how we're doing. So I think all of us are taking this approach seriously and having this information reported in every semi-annual report, either as a metric or I'll say more a conversational reporting, will let everyone know how the utilities and how DHCD is doing. Hopefully, if the utilities proposal goes, that it would be percent of budget so that we can primarily work on that outreach. There is a nuance between budget and spend, because as the cycle year goes, the amount you spend could be different proportionally based on whether or not a different program is over under budget spending more or less. So there's a nuance there, but again, that's why we feel that the percent budget gives us really an opportunity to spend more on that really comprehensive outreach. It's not cheap to do that stuff, and provide DHCD the opportunity for the comprehensive programs and for the utilities to manage the smaller things that are the add-on. That's repetitive, so I'll stop there.
Well, thank you for that. And again, hopefully we're more like a good restaurant. We're taking a team approach and not everyone saying, "You're not my table." Instead, let's all kind of try to step in and get everyone fed. So let's see. On this issue of the energy burden, maybe Mr. Hurley, you're the right person. Mr. Roth, ideas of how we can maybe create tariffs that might lessen the burden of the power surcharge. Is that something that staff has considered, or how would we get to that type of initiative?
Right. Currently, we have not considered how to change the surcharge to counteract differences of income levels. I might have to turn to an attorney as far as what's legally allowed as far as charging the same customer the same price, different rates. So I'm not legally aware of that argument. I could get back to you after I consult.
I think that would be something interesting to look at. I believe states like California have looked at low-income tariffs, and perhaps there could be something we could learn their experience there. So also up there, I am interested in Mr. Fitzgerald. You brought up the idea of third parties, but I know we have it later today. Perhaps that could fold into this conversation as well. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lynch,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, good afternoon. I wanted to make sure I understood what I will define as reluctance from amongst the utilities and DHCD together to have more utility engagement on the low income side. And I'm hearing that it's because of not just confusion, but a little bit of wording in the slide deck from the utilities is unnecessary competition. I just want to make sure I understand that the concern is that both of you are reaching the same 1 out of 5, 20% of customers. Is that correct, or is that missing something, or is that really what we're talking about?
We don't know for sure, but most likely it's the same
Yeah.
customers that are aware of programs that participate in them.
So if there was a solution offered or a way for us as an industry and even as a state to identify the other customers more accurately, the 4 out of 5, basically, the ones we're always talking about, does that same reluctance or same concern still exist for the utility companies?
I guess the concern isn't who the 4 out of, there is a concern about who the 4 out of 5 are. I'm not belittling that. The concern is that the utilities think that through outreach, communication, language, materials in different languages, things in communities that, whether it's a community center opportunities that we aren't taking advantage of at this point, is that we would develop that knowledge base, we would get the communication, and we would get customers to be aware. So hopefully, if not 5 out of 5, that's 3 out of 5 or 2 out of whatever, the other way around, but getting more customers aware rather than not aware. And then the programming, again, the substantive programming would continue to come from DHCD. They've developed that base and they've developed the skill set to have programs for that customer base. And we would see our role, again, besides supplementing it, is informing a broader community. And at that point, we don't need to know who in that community is or isn't limited income. If we put something out in 2 or 3 languages to say, hey, if you're in this situation, you may want to consider these programs. And obviously, I'm not a marketer because that's not how it's going to be said. That we would get that knowledge out to the customers, get the awareness out to the customers. So instead of 4 customers out of 5 having no clue in the limited income community, that we could really increase that knowledge, increase the awareness, increase participation, but directionally send them to DHCD for the significant programs so that they can have the comprehensive, they know they won't be competing with themselves. They know these kind of customers we may do A for, and these other kind of customers we may do B for, because that's the best way to work with these customers. And I don't want the utilities to be sitting there offering A- and B- and B+ and having customers have to say, if I do A, I don't do B. So I want to have I think a concise place for the customers to go is as important as communicating to them. So we would take the communication and inform them DHCD.
So it sounds like it's less a concern about more precise in identifying the 4 out of 5 and more a concern about directing these same consumers that are identified as 4 out of 5 to existing programs that DHCD may already have.
I'm not sure then that I explained myself well. I wouldn't be sending something to the customers. Never say never, never say always. There may be communication to customers that we identify as limited income, but if we know zip code XYZ by census data has a large proportion of limited income customers, we may find ways to communicate specifically to that zip code area, whether it's using community centers, whether it's finding ways to do direct mail to the entire zip code, even though not everyone in that zip code is limited income. So we wouldn't necessarily propose only people in our system, but that we would look to reach broader groups of limited income customers with information. And again, language barrier, Possibly they trust, a community leader, rather than, the government or BGE or whatever they may have, or one of the other utilities, that there may be a community leader or a religious leader that they really trust and that we can communicate broadly with that group.
So I think one of the challenges here that I know it's been addressed in a couple of other states around the country, they've been experimenting with different ways of reaching that 4 out of 5. And there are different solutions that there are some concerns that we look at low income as a group as if it's homogenous. They're all the same type of low income customer. Reality that we probably don't like to think too much about is that there are citizens in the state that are working in this building that would qualify for low income. And attempting to reach out to them with the same type of program that you would use to reach a consumer who's in struggle with generational poverty for lives of their family members. Communication has to be a little different. In some cases, we're so kind of thinking about it as if they're all part of the same group. And so I'm trying to understand a little more about why we would focus on sending them back to DHCD for the same type of program. I mean, we already know where that's getting us. We're getting the same 20%. And, I guess we can send out more communication references and more outreach and change the language forms and do all the different things that we'd like to explore. But we're not really moving the needle much. So, yeah, go ahead.
If I might, so if the utilities do the comprehensive outreach, and by the way, we're doing a lot of diverse outreach as well, we are going to get more of the other four customers into our programs. And what we have worked on and will continue to work on as well is to also diversify our offerings for them. There are, I think we did a presentation a couple of years ago where we showed you not a single household that we get to doesn't need health and safety repairs. And so we have diversified our programs offerings so that if customers that do have severe repair needs in their home are able to get something else instead of the comprehensive approach. But we already have them in our system. We already have the contractor out there, and we're not sending them back to the utilities to say, hey, actually, we can't help you. We're sending you back. So I think those two go hand in hand, the diversified outreach and then the diversified service offerings that recognize not everybody can get a comprehensive job, but we can help you with something else that we can do for you.
So the qualifier still remains the same though, right? So that customer has to have been qualified by most likely OHIP.
Either OHIP or one of the other categorical eligibilities. We accept recipients of food stamps, of SNAP benefits, of Medicaid, of Social Security, without needing to be recertified.
Right, and so we know that there are some majority of consumers that are eligible for those programs that are not participating.
Yeah.
And this initiative isn't, our Maryland program as a focus is more on greenhouse gas abatement, isn't really focused on the question of resolving an energy utility bill, and a crisis assistance grant. We're really talking more about basically addressing greenhouse gas. And so that's why I'm trying to understand if there's a real reluctance or concern about helping address a different type of goal, but we're using the same source of data and approaching consumers, waiting for them to access the same state assistance programs that are focused on economics, when we are, in effect, we're shifting goals and talking more about addressing an environmental challenge that's going to impact low income, wealthy, everybody else, all of us. So I think there's a little bit of, there's some changing in how we need to think about delivering these programs. And I know, Mr. Chairman, I'm holding up lunch, so I won't take up too much more time on this, but there's some other solutions out there that might be worth exploring. I know they're happening in other states, that there are other ways to find who these customers are, but at the same time to begin to redesign how these programs are presented to consumers. So it doesn't have this filter of you have to show that you have a need from government assistance in some other model first. before we can figure out how to help you, say the plan. So I think there's a different way we have to start thinking about how to deliver these solutions. Because OHIP's doing a great job, DHCD as well. We've seen it not do as well in the past, so we know there's been a lot of hard work from all the parties. I'm not trying to isolate and suggest that someone's not doing that, but just that we're setting a different goal, we have a different challenge in front of us. So we may need to explore other ways, and so that's why I was trying to understand if there was a reluctance that was tied to just being able to identify customers, or if there was something else that I didn't understand.
Commissioner, I just want to follow up with conversations that we had earlier, because one of your concerns is if you're focusing on greenhouse gas, that we're not going to help customer bills, and whether the number is, at least 75% or at least 85%, we do know that the majority of the savings are going to come from customer meter measures. So that would still be focused on reducing your use and ultimately reducing your bill. So I don't think that would be put aside. And in terms of outreach, like I said, I am not a marketer. I don't know how to reach that, but I know that there's extensive databases and ways to slice and dice them so that you're reaching different, you can reach different segments of the community with different outreach. So hopefully, if it is done right, and there needs to be more marketing dollars to do this, right? You can't do everything with the same amount of dollars that you have. But if we can get this data, get the right information for the marketers and the people that know how to design communication and look at the customer data, that we can have different data for, as you indicated, people that might have generational issues versus maybe, people who are working and doing their best but are still, falling behind, and that they may need different message points on how to get them involved. And that's why we need more opportunity to focus on marketing for this community.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And was just supplemented, and I'll stop at that, but it wouldn't just be different message points, but it might also be different delivery.
Correct.
So I said DHCD has done great work, OHIP does great work, but anybody who goes to OHIP knows that that's the low income energy assistance program. And we all know the reality that there are retirees, there are people who are part of working poor who still fit the low income poverty measures that we know of that are not going to proceed to get assistance from those programs. And so we kind of need everybody on board here. So I would hope that the work group, as they start to work more and think about these issues more, that there's a bit more of a thinking outside of the the historical or traditional low income box for certification and registration and tracking customers. There's a broader audience out there, and we're not hitting it beyond 20% of what we've been doing. I'll stop there.
If I may.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Litton, if I may, and Chairman and Commissioners, that is another reason why we feel that the tracking and reporting from the utilities is so important, because then we would really know which communities the utilities are reaching, which communities DHCD is reaching, and that might help us establish at some point a goal and metric. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists. We'll now take a 40-minute lunch break, returning promptly at 1:30, where we'll start with the fuel switching panel. We'll recess until 1:30. Yeah. On the record, they went to lunch and they did not come back.
There's less places to go now.
That too.
Unfortunately.
Probably over on the other side of the harbor. Well, thank you for coming back to the second half of our hearing today. This next panel is relating to DERs, energy efficiency and fuel switching, which is apparently a controversial topic in the work group report. We have a number of speakers. If you could limit your comments to approximately 3 minutes apiece, we will begin again with Ms.
Good afternoon, Nicole Zeidner, Assistant People's Counsel for the Office of People's Counsel. Beneficial electrification is the key to climate goals. Beneficial electrification is distinct from electrification. And we would suggest that the Commission adopt a definition similar to that used by the Regulatory Assistance Project, which considers consumer savings, better grid management, and reducing negative environmental impacts. EmPower programs are a strong platform that can be used to promote beneficial electrification. They're not currently designed for that purpose. This should be done strategically, starting with opportunities for the greatest fuel savings. And we would suggest that the Commission direct EmPower to promote beneficial electrification through new program designs. I would also add briefly, in terms of limited income households, there are significant resources that will be needed for electrification for limited income households, and solar is one opportunity that could be considered. Ending incentives for gas equipment. The utilities have said that without gas equipment incentives, customers will choose less efficient gas equipment. However, we believe that that defeats any realistic electrification strategy. We know that electrification is the key to meeting Maryland's climate goals. We are also concerned about the fact that as more and more people leave the gas system, the cost will increase for those left on the gas system. And that is naturally going to be the people who don't have the funds up front to install heat pumps and convert to and move towards electrification. We feel that it's no longer consistent with state policy for ratepayer funds to be used as incentives in the purchase of new gas burning equipment. These are houses that will then have to be retrofitted, and if we go by the Maryland Commission on Climate Change goals, Maryland Commission on Climate Change's recommendations by 2030. So it just makes no sense to put in new gas equipment in a house and then retrofit that house in a few years. So we would ask that the Commission direct a rapid phase out and incentive for gas equipment beginning with new construction.
Can I stop you there? Sorry. When you say retrofitted the new house, what do you mean?
So our concern is that if we're putting in a new gas furnace, for example, in a home, that home will have to be converted for electric within a period of not many years if we go by the climate goals. So
what do you mean that would have to, somebody's going to come into your house and rip out your furnace?
Someone would have to, if that house is to move towards electrification, certain changes will have to be made structurally to the home. And that's expensive, and that's going to be pretty expensive for example, limited income customers.
Are you envisioning that the state or some arm of the state will go into a person's home and remove the furnace that they just installed 2 years ago?
I'm not suggesting that that should be done. I'm suggesting that if limited income customers, eventually everyone will have to be transitioning to electrification at some point. And for limited income customers, the funding to do that is probably going to come from the state. So it seems contrary to policy and contrary to what's in the best interest of ratepayers to have a gas furnace put into a limited income household. And then when retrofits are needed, the state is then paying, most likely through ratepayer funds, to have those retrofits taken place. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear.
Thank you. I doubt the state would ever have that amount of money to retrofit all the homes for low-income customers for their HVAC systems, but I understand that's the position of some.
No, and I'm not suggesting that that's necessarily what's going to happen, but we do know that a lot of funding is needed for that, and certainly ratepayer funds would probably be used for that at some point, or taxpayer funds. And we would just ask that if we would suggest that if gas equipment is not banned now, we're just investing in equipment that is going to have to be phased out soon, as I've suggested. And if the programs in EmPower take the promotion of electrification seriously, then phasing out gas equipment incentives should result in lower total gas consumption and lower greenhouse gas emissions, even if a small number of inefficient gas furnaces are still purchased. So we can still move towards this as soon as possible. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Apologies for the interruption. We'll now turn to Garrett Fitzgerald yet again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. I'm Garrett Fitzgerald with Montgomery County. The topic of fuel switching is of particular importance to us. We recognize that fuel switching presents a lot of new complexities and challenges for the administration of EmPower programs, and we appreciate the work of the Commission and all parties here in wrestling with those challenges. We have to figure this out. Montgomery County strongly supports the inclusion of fuel switching or beneficial electrification as eligible measures under EmPower. We believe incentives should not only allow for, but prioritize the conversion of fossil fuel end uses, including but not limited to natural gas, to high efficiency electric technologies for heating and hot water. Both the state's 2030 Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act plan and Montgomery County's own adopted climate action plan recognize the necessity of converting existing buildings to high efficient electric technologies, empowering them with an increasingly clean and renewable energy grid in order to meet our adopted goals. Incentives should be designed to make fuel switching a preferable choice for customers, and contractors should be supported and motivated to encourage fuel switching. We suggest particular consideration be given to an incentive structure that will equitably make the transition to higher efficiency heat pump technology possible for limited income customers, and incentives be designed to avoid any net increase in monthly bills for those customers. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next turn to Sabine Rogers with the Building Performance Association.
Hi there. Ran out of chairs because it's such a popular panel. But good afternoon, Chairman Stanek and Commissioners. Sabine Rogers, Manager of Government and Regulatory Affairs on behalf of the Building Performance Association. And I'm really pleased to be here today representing BPA, which has 3 decades of experience advancing a home performance industry that delivers improved energy efficiency, health, and environmental performance of buildings. And there are really 2 key points, I'll try to make this brief, that I'd like to highlight in my comments. The first is that echoing some of the points made earlier today, number 1, behind the meter activities should continue to be prioritized and coordinated across each other in future cycles of EmPower to both advance energy savings and emission reductions while directly benefiting ratepayers. And point number 2, robust workforce development efforts are needed to ensure Maryland has a large enough trained workforce to meet EmPower goals. So starting with behind the meter activities, particularly focusing on energy efficiency and home performance measures, these should be prioritized because they provide direct benefits to Marylanders, including lowering utility bills, easing energy burden, and improving home resilience and health. In addition, there's a critical need to ensure robust and fuel-neutral incentives for building envelope upgrades like insulation and air sealing. These provide long-term payback and continue to save energy for the homeowner, regardless of whether they electrify later. Therefore, these measures are compatible and also essential for any fuel switching strategy the state may choose. Coordination and integration across different behind-the-meter programs, like pairing energy efficiency together with demand response to support load flexibility and address peak demand, will also help maximize benefits for ratepayers and the grid. Moving to workforce development. This will also be critical to the continued success of EmPower, particularly considering the potential for new and larger goals in future cycles. Success will hinge on having a robust workforce equipped with the necessary qualifications and training to implement energy efficiency measures and advancing technologies. BPA proposed a 3-pronged approach that was outlined in the report, which I'll just touch on very quickly since I know you already have that in front of you. The first is to establish an EmPower Workforce Development Coordinating Committee to serve as a venue to bring together stakeholders and develop specific recommendations to advance the EmPower workforce. The second is to track key workforce metrics to be reported annually to the Commission, because it's crucial to proactively track whether there is adequate workforce capacity while measuring progress on diversity and inclusion in the workforce. Third, having an independent research team conduct a workforce needs assessment would be important to identify the needs, opportunities, and gaps and inform a specific action plan to bolster the workforce. So in sum, we believe each of these strategies is key to better equip Maryland to build an energy efficiency workforce of the future that's prepared to deliver on the proposed EmPower goals. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. In a bit, I'll have some questions for you on the workforce development plan. We'll now turn to Sean Maloney, SM Mechanical.
Good afternoon, Chairman Stanek and Commissioners. Introduce myself. My name is Sean Maloney. I'm the owner of SM Mechanical. We are a local HVAC contractor who's also in energy efficiency, the EmPower Maryland program for home performance. So I'm also the Vice President of Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors of Maryland. We represent approximately 150 separate contractors for this. So echoing a lot of the things that Sabine had just said, we are the contractors who will be ultimately implementing these programs. The funding that we use for this, it's all going to go through us. So we're proud to participate in the EmPower Maryland program and all energy efficiency in general. But I can attest to you as being a small business owner, I've been one to install the equipment, work on the equipment, sit at customers' homes at their kitchen table. So I'm the one who kind of knows firsthand, the temperament of all these people and what's going to actually work and not work. So I appreciate everything that everyone's trying to do here, but if it doesn't work for us, it's going to be hard to get to achieve these goals that everybody here should be, working towards. In order to keep up with these high efficiency standards, there's definitely going to be a need for a comprehensive workforce development program. At HACC, we actually do have our own schooling for that. We've been doing that for years. So one of our things that we try to do is to go out and find these people because we do have a huge drop in workforce at this point. And it's not unskilled, it's skilled labor that takes several years for these employees to learn the trade, especially when we get into the higher efficiency element of it. We can't just hire people today and then turn them loose tomorrow. And then even when we do, if we would attempt to do that, we can't have them working on Ferraris when they can't work on a typical Toyota. Okay. So it takes several years, and we have an extremely unhealthy turnover rate that's going on right now because we have different companies that are poaching employees. So we don't have the confidence that we're going to be able to hold on to these employees because there's just not enough of them. So that being said, when we have these employees and we're not sure we're going to have them tomorrow, we're not going to be pushing for super high efficiency equipment because we do not have the trained workforce to keep up with that. And then we're going to have disappointed customers. Can't have that either, or improperly installed equipment. Everything that Sabine said, elementing, air sealing, insulation, these are all things that also require a lot of training to do because it's not just a matter of the equipment anymore. It's also an element of how it works completely within the home to be efficient because one has to work with the other. It's a whole house, feature on that. So at this point, HACC is respectfully asking the Commission to establish an EmPower Workforce Development Coordinating Committee to bring together training organizations, state agencies, and energy efficiency workforce in Maryland. These are the things that if we're all looking for the same thing, we're going to have to work with each other and know where those training gaps are. So we want to ensure that the ratepayer dollars are effectively and efficiently being used for training needs, including leveraging outside resources and the funding streams. Within this, we welcome the assessment by independent research teams to identify those gaps in trainings, for everything that we're missing. Just to sum it all up, everyone focuses on incentivizing the customers. Everybody focuses on where can we get the money from. One of the major parts of focusing on that is we are the contractors who are installing the equipment, and not enough people we feel are listening to what our needs are, because it's typically a tree falling in the woods. You can give the customers everything that they need, but if us as contractors who are ultimately selling the equipment, the high efficiency things or the things like these guys are talking about as far as fuel switching, if we don't have the workers to be able to do these things, ultimately it's not going to reach the customers because we're not going to offer it. So we're respectfully asking that we take some of this money to use it to put boots on the ground to help us get out there because we're extremely low on the employees and the trained workers to be able to implement anything that you guys are trying to do with us.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll turn to Ms. Susan Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Susan Miller on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. Section 2-113 requires the Commission to consider the preservation of environmental quality, including the report to the IPCC, and requires the commission to consider the achievement of the state's climate commitments in regulating public service companies. Providing incentives to gas appliances and fuel neutrality is contrary to both the IPCC reports and the state's policy. Fuel neutrality is an abdication of responsibility. It is based on the false premise that all fuels are equal, and that simply is not true. The IPCC reports have specifically said and specifically called out methane gas and said we have to stop using 100%, and we're not doing it quick enough. With regard to the state policy is not fuel neutral. The state policy says, the new law says we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 60% by 2031, less than 10 years from now, and have to be net zero by 2045. The policy of the state is to end the use of methane gas. It's clear from their policy, it's clear from their reliance on the IPCC. Furthermore, fuel neutrality doesn't achieve any sort of systematic change. It places the burden, which should be on the producer and the seller of methane gas, on the consumer. An individual who has limited information and quite frankly receives misinformation from the gas company who wants them to buy it. So the gas companies, through fuel neutrality, divert the responsibility for lessening greenhouse gas emissions to the party least able to determine it. And that's not how systematic environmental problems like climate are resolved in this country or resolved in this state. For example, when they discovered the expansion of the ozone hole, the country did not decide, oh, we'll let people decide if they want to use chlorofluorocarbons or not, and we'll hope they make the right decision. The country slowly but definitely ended the use of them. And the same thing with leaded gasoline. There are automotive aficionados today who still lament the lack of lead gasoline because they believe it makes their cars run better. We did not say, well, the consumer can decide if they want lead gasoline or they want non-lead gasoline. We said lead gasoline is an environmental and health problem, and we're going to stop using it. So fuel neutrality inappropriately shifts the burden and is both fuel neutrality and continuing to provide incentives for gas appliances through this program is contrary to the state policy even before the enactment of the Climate Solutions Act. And I would like to, if I could, just for a moment, address one thing. The staff filed a response, so I'd like to address two things. First, they thought that the commission might not be able to do this pursuant to 7-211D. I would just point the commission to 7-211F, which says that the commission shall require each gas company to establish any program or service that the commission deems appropriate. So the commission can find that incentives for gas appliances is not appropriate based on its consideration of the state's policy and end those programs. They also would like to address the other aspect of the staff's response. They said that the commission shouldn't consider several of the things we requested because of the lack of evidence. First, I'd like to point out that's kind of an odd objection in a non-evidentiary proceeding. But beyond that, the one I would like to highlight, because it actually goes also to the LMI panel you had earlier, is that federal weatherization assistance program dollars can be used for fuel switching for low-income individuals. You have to put forth, that program has been fully vetted at the federal level. The entity who would be doing it, in this case DACD presumably, has to put forth a proposal to the federal government for how they could do it. But then they can use federal weatherization dollars for that fuel switching, and they're going to receive a larger pot of federal weatherization dollars than they used to because of the Infrastructure Act. And we believe that the commission should direct DHCD to come up with a proposal it can submit to the feds to do that kind of fuel switching so that the low-income individuals, first of all, have healthier homes, because it's been shown that use of gas in the homes causes indoor air quality programs, and also don't end up being the last people on the system, because they're going to be the people who can't on their own choose to leave the system, and so they will be burdened with paying the infrastructure costs that don't change when people leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. We'll hear now from the utilities, Ms. Duhan.
Hi, Lori Duhan from Baltimore Gas and Electric, and we also, I was not aware that workforce development was on the agenda, but happily Mr. McClellan from Washington Gas can answer any questions related to that. I wasn't planning to have any outbound, but I feel that I need to say one, that fuel switching and fuel neutrality are not necessarily mutually exclusive. And then there's some concern that gas equipment lasts 15 to 20 years. And I think as long as gas equipment is legal in the state, that it is presumptuous to think that if EmPower doesn't incentivize someone to get a more efficient piece of equipment, that they're going to take gas out of their house, spend $10,000 to rewire their house for electric, and put in an electric furnace, especially if their furnace breaks in December or January when it's 25 degrees outside. So what we fear will happen is we're trying to meet a greenhouse gas abatement goal, that it will result in a customer getting the least expensive piece of equipment because it is still there, it's still legal, they can still buy it. So to meet the greenhouse gas abatement goal, we think we need to continue those incentives. And one other thing is that, you have incentives and we don't know, I think we said earlier, what's 3, 4, 5 years going to look like. And I've been reading a little bit, and I can't say I'm an expert about gas heat pumps. And while they use gas, they don't use ozone damaging refrigerants. So there may be a positive trade-off, but you don't want to stop giving an incentive when there might be an opportunity for something in the future. And with that, I will stop any outbound, and I'm available for questions on fuel switching and Mr. McClellan on workforce development.
Thanks. I may ask Mr. McClellan to take the podium in a moment. Mr. Hurley.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Dan Hurley on behalf of staff. I think briefly we'd just like to touch upon the fuel switching issue. So gas isn't available for the commission to approve gas programs. Gas is still available for customers to choose to buy. I think as long as the customer is able to buy a new gas furnace, it's appropriate to have incentives to buy more efficient gas measures. And on the workforce development front, staff is in support of that issue, but we just want to make sure that the funds, we're looking at outside of, excuse me, we're looking for other sources of funding besides like solo and power funds for that kind of work group development.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. So I'll have 2 lines of questioning, one on workforce development, but one on the phase out of gas. I know MEAA and OPC wish that we phase out the natural gas incentives by the end of 2023. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you just
Earlier.
Earlier?
Well, we would also agree that it should be moved towards as soon as possible, but the end of 2023 would be.
How could we do that though before the end of 2023? We're in the middle of the 5th cycle. We'd have to break the cycle.
I would just say the process is what I'm referring to. I'm sorry, not that they can't completely end before then, but the process could be started at any time.
Perhaps for Ms. Miller, I'll let you take the first crack. You heard Mr. Hurley, you heard Ms. Duhan. Natural gas appliances are not illegal. You could buy them. I'm sure Mr. Maloney installs them if you request. How would the commission, I don't understand the overarching policies, our net zero policy, our greenhouse gas policies, but how would this commission lawfully determine in this next EmPower cycle to effectively say to natural gas customers, you cannot replace your existing 20-year-old, 30-year-old furnace with a new higher efficiency natural gas furnace?
That to me is not what you'd be saying to them. First of all, I want to stress that we have said this should be coupled with a very aggressive heat pump program so that people are aware of what the alternative is and are aware of how to take care of it. With regard to, we're saying, and the incentives, people can still go out and buy a high.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. The incentives. You're saying there should be no more incentives associated with high efficiency natural gas appliances.
That's correct. And what you have to look at is this commission is required by the statute to consider the state's policy, and the incentive program, which locks in a gas furnace for 15 to 20 years, well beyond when we're supposed to be at net zero, is contrary to that state policy. So the state has already determined that we should move away from gas, and providing incentives to people to stay on gas is contrary to that to that state policy, which has become more aggressive with the Climate Solutions Act.
Well, we are mindful of the 2114, our new requirements under the Public Utilities article to consider climate considerations, although I don't know if it's as clear as that. Mr. Pravat, you jumped up.
There's
Okay. Mr. Maloney, you sit at people's kitchen tables when you're discussing options and selling different types of furnaces. I suspect that customers oftentimes ask you, well, how much more is it going to cost? Is it going to be as efficient in terms of providing the same level and comfort of heat? You have to factor in what EmPower incentives there are available today. And I suspect if somebody's replacing an old furnace with something newer, you can look at a new gas furnace, or you can look at a new heat pump. How do those conversations go? Because I know a lot of folks are skeptical, even with the new heat pumps, that they will not produce as much energy and warmth as the current furnace, notwithstanding the fact that they could get a new higher efficiency gas furnace for probably, I would say, somewhat less than the heat pump. But correct me if I'm wrong, this is your business.
Sure, and I appreciate that. And first thing I want to say is I'm not a salesman. Okay, like I said, that's why I stressed I've installed this equipment for years, and I'm an owner now. So my workers, my salesmen, there's rules that we have to follow. And the reason why is because we don't want to have a bad reputation as a business. If customers are unhappy with our product, what we recommend, okay, we're supposed to be the experts, right? I'm going to recommend to you what I would do if it was my own house, right? And that's where it gets into comfort, cost, ROI, all these things. Obviously, we're extremely mindful of what the goals are here: climate change, efficiency, power grid, all of these. We also do plumbing and electrical, so we have also have an understanding of what that's going to lead to too. I recently had a conversation with Chris Van Hollen, Senator Chris Van Hollen, and I told him, and I'll tell you guys the same thing. We look at ourselves as being experts on this matter for the information that you don't have. I know you have goals and strategies that you're trying to achieve. We're here to help you, but we also don't want you to look foolish, okay? Because if you don't have information, Senator Van Hollen, if he pushes some kind of a implementation of a strategy and people are extremely unhappy because their electric bill has more than doubled because of stuff like this, voters aren't going to be too happy with him. So we're trying to help him not look foolish. We're trying to make sure you guys know exactly what what we're trying to push here and what the downsides are. And that's why I say I'm not a salesman. I'm not going to give you all the positives and none of the negatives, because there is going to be consequences for that. In Great Britain, they implemented one of these strategies for switching everything over from gas boilers to heat pumps. 7,500 euros. Okay, if every single customer who has a gas boiler in Great Britain took advantage of that, it would bankrupt with less than 10% of the people being able to use that. And 7,500 euros is probably about $6,000. That job is about a $25,000 job. So it's not feasible. To your question on comfort, and with that, you would have to go with a super high efficiency heat pump, which is a whole different price point if you want to convert and get the same amount of comfort for heating. Okay, completely. I mean, you're talking double, right? Also, the majority, since we live in an older city, where the majority of houses that have existing ductwork, a lot of it is from pre-1970s, 1980s. If you have ductwork that's that old, it's not going to heat pump, but they're not going to get that comfort unless they go to a 20 SEER, not a standard like even 16 SEER. At that point, we're talking about a whole different price point, because I'm telling you, if you want this super high efficiency heat pump, we're not switching equipment. We're ripping out all the ductwork in your house, and we're putting in all new ductwork that is actually going to be proper for that system, or it will never work. Now we're talking, instead of a $10,000 job, we're talking about a $30,000 job. We're also talking about carpentry, drywall, paint. It's not feasible. So everything that we're doing, I agree with everyone here. We're moving towards something. It's a different world. We have to do what we have to do. It's all a matter of being practical and doing it in a way that it's not going to kill everybody's bills and bankrupt people, because people just aren't going to go for that.
Mr. Fitzgerald, you just heard what Mr. Maloney said earlier. Your statement is we need to transition these customers, low-income customers, to the high-efficiency heat pumps. But you caveated that by saying with no increase in the surcharge. How are we going to accomplish that?
Well, I think when we look at the state's policy goals, we clearly need to transition the majority of gas furnaces in the state ultimately to high efficiency electric heat pumps, including low income customers, but also true for all of us more broadly. So the question of what kind of incentive structure do we need to enable that to happen and to overcome a lot of these challenges around workforce, et cetera, is very, very relevant. I can speak from a little bit of experience going through a heat pump conversion in my own home right now. It's a lot less than $30,000, but it's not at all inexpensive, and it's very, very frustrating that we're shifting from an inefficient gas system and that there are no incentives that we can take advantage of that would otherwise help incentivize us to move to a higher efficiency system.
So my question is how are we going to keep that surcharge level for low-income customers?
So I think there's a couple different things. So I think we got to look at this on a portfolio basis. I think, we talked in the earlier panel around there might be things we need to do with rate design, with tariff structure, et cetera, for low-income customers. But there's also very much how do we design the programs and the ambitious or aggressive heat pump program that Ms. Miller just talked about. I think it is possible for low-income customers in particular to offer incentives that are substantially larger than incentives that we have offered in the past to make this possible. It's a choice. Do we want to put our money there? Are we willing to put EmPower resources there? The overall portfolio of EmPower might become a little bit less cost effective this way, right? If we do this,
Exactly.
But it's necessary. This is the reality. As we heard earlier from gentlemen from MDE, the goals that we're setting here are order of magnitude. We're doubling economy-wide progress that we need to make toward these climate goals. We need to dramatically scale up all of the programs and all of the incentives and do all of these things very, very differently. So in my opinion, it is very much possible, but it's effectively a policy choice that we need to make here to be willing to put incentives in it. I think it's true for low-income customers, but we would hope, I think, in Montgomery County that any customer who's on a gas system, low income or not, when they come to a decision point around replacing their equipment, that they would have the information at hand from whoever is bringing it to them, that it is possible to switch to an electric heat pump system, not just to replace with gas, and that the incentive design, the incentive that they are offered would make that fuel switching the more attractive choice. So that's a bigger incentive when we're talking about limited income customers, but it's also a bigger incentive than it has been even for non-low income customers.
I'm simply mindful that as the rate regulator on this panel, these EmPower rates are paid by everybody, all utility customers across the state. And the price tag is currently $1.2 billion. This sounds like a very expensive endeavor going forward. I'm going to save my workforce development question because I suspect my colleagues have more questions on the fuel switching, so I don't want to shift gears at this point. So I'll turn to my colleagues, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Ms. Miller, I like my gas furnace. I don't have a gas furnace, but I like my gas furnace, theoretically. And if the commission takes away the incentives, for me to go to a higher efficiency gas furnace, I'm going to stay with the cheaper one, probably. Isn't that contrary to state policy?
I would say no,
It's our way.
because there are people who will stay, but there are people who won't. So, and
Not everybody's buying electric vehicles, man. Trust me, people like their internal combustion.
oh, I know that. But what the state is trying to do is incentivize people to do the environmentally correct thing, and that is difficult. I'm not saying it's not difficult, but you can't just leave the old incentives in place because some people won't make the decision you want them to make.
Well, my point is this. We're charged with evaluating the impact on state policy. But I can give you scenarios where we're going to adversely impact adherence to state policy.
And I can give you scenarios where you aren't. No policy is going to have the benefit to everyone within that policy.
That's my whole point, Ms. Miller, is to say you know, you kind of gave us a lecture about what we're not doing and by citing state policy, but
I didn't mean to be a lecturer. It's the fact of the matter is your statute says you're supposed to consider it. That was my only point.
I just gave you as a consideration.
Yes, but it's a consideration, it's a narrow.
I like it, but it's a consideration.
Oh, I don't question that for 1 minute, sir. But you have to have a broader consideration than what a percentage of the people who are subject to this will do. And you have to have a consideration of how does this commission move the state policy forward? Because that is what the state wants you to do. And so that's the broader policy consideration that has to be a part of this, not how a certain percentage of individual consumers might react.
I think it's more than a certain small number of individual consumers. I think you're going to have broad scale recalcitrance and shifting away from gas for people who like it. I don't think that's a small number.
Oh.
And not everybody's going to shift to a heat pump like I have at my house, because in the wintertime, I don't see many birds around my house because I think that meter spinning is blowing them away. Let me go down a different line. Thank you. Let me ask you this. Isn't switching from heating oil to natural gas reducing greenhouse gas emissions for a furnace?
Never looked it up specifically, but my general assumption is yes.
I think there's a broad acknowledgement that's true. It's a dirtier fuel,
Yeah.
therefore it's cleaner to go to gas. So isn't that another consideration we have to keep in mind when someone getting incentivized to go to a high efficiency natural gas, that they might be switching from a dirtier fuel?
If you're asking me, yes, that's a consideration.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody's not losing sight of that in this high talk here. Thank you.
Alex? Recognize me? Sorry, yeah. I still have my workforce development questions, but I do have fuel switching.
Did you want to?
No, I don't want to change topic.
Oh, okay. Did you want to go?
I have a few workforce development. But I'm going to wait until I.
Well, let me do the fuel switching, I think, we'll talk about now. Mr. Maybe, I just wanted to ask you, maybe kind of do this sort of an inverse of what Grace been asked at this point. And if we as state policymakers and regulators, if we're being, asked to consider fuel neutrality, but we've heard this morning from the Department of Environment, the Maryland Climate Change Commission, and the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act policy is really to move forward as quickly as possible with fossil. I can get my thoughts together. Move forward with electrification and these cleaner appliances, and then also in the legislature previously has already told us that we need to be considering not just environment but specifically climate change, even down to the level of the best evidence coming from the IPCC, and also where we've got this new Climate Solutions Act that we need to take into consideration. I guess I ask you, how could we, as we're making policy for this, probably would be one of the most important state programs to promote energy efficiency and now to promote greenhouse gas reduction, and even consider, going against all these other edicts and provide state resources for a gas fossil HVAC system or a water heater?
Because in our view, and this is the joint utilities, electric only combined and gas, fuel switching is certainly an opportunity, but shouldn't be a requirement. And what we want to make sure is, again, if it's in someone's home, if someone's furnace breaks and it's a gas furnace and it's the wintertime, they're not going to be able, even if we gave them $10,000 to upgrade their panels, and trust me, I'm not recommending that. But you have to wait to get that done and reworked before you can get your furnace, and that's a week. Or I can give you a gas furnace today. Most people would want to be warm today, not a week from now. And that's only if we're giving them all that money. So if we look at greenhouse gas abatement climate goals, the encouragement to have the most efficient equipment on the system for 10 or 15 or 20 years is better than to not incentivize them to make that jump. And then you will have a less efficient piece of equipment for 10, 15, or 20 years. If you've been without heat in the wintertime, all the money in the world isn't going to make you convert if you can get what you have now that you like today.
And
So-
I make a lot of good points for maybe 2022 and yeah, I think it'd be great if we could move forward as quickly as possible, as early as 2022. But we are looking at now policies for 2023, and then also trying to set policies in place to help us achieve all these state objectives by 2030, 45 for the carbon neutrality. So again, we're talking about the future, and I'm feeling right now that the utilities are trying to lock us in to programs that are really inconsistent. We've heard that directly from our state environmental department this morning, from our energy office position. So again, I'm having a hard time reconciling state policy with what utilities are, advocating, and our job to make sure that our energy efficiency programs, our gas abatement programs are in line with state policy.
No, I appreciate that. And again, my statement was this fuel switching and fuel neutrality is not necessarily mutually exclusive. You can encourage people to do something, but if they're going to, you can encourage them to do A, and if they're not going to do A, you can encourage them to do B. And also, I think switching oil to electric, even keeping out the conversation of anything to gas, oil to electric, garden equipment, which is not a a utility gas, but gasoline would be a beneficial electrification opportunity. So there's certainly a lot of opportunities out there. If you're going to ask me, is the best thing for the climate to not offer incentives to get the most efficient piece of gas equipment out there, it's hard to say that's the best thing for the climate, because then people are going to buy things that are inefficient.
It's a logical point you're making, but again, with limited resources, and that's what we're talking about, do we want to divert resources to incentivize someone continuing to make that decision to get a gas appliance, a gas HVAC system, rather than actually do what's, I think, consistent with our state policy and use all those resources to hopefully come up with a more robust program for electrification and therefore decarbonization.
So again, I will say if someone is going to get, now it's my turn not to be able to speak. If someone is not, but maybe I'm behind the mask, so you can't tell as much. If someone is going to purchase gas equipment anyway, we'd like to move them to the most efficient piece of gas equipment. That doesn't mean that an electric utility can't choose to offer switching opportunities. That's what I mean by they're not mutually exclusive. That, the gas companies can say, if you buy A instead of B, there's an X $100 to push you to something more efficient. Separately, and I'm not designing programs, so please don't quote me on this, when we put programs out there, but separately, the electric utilities may be able to say, if you switch your gas furnace to an electric furnace, we'll give you Y to help you cover the cost or defer some of the costs of the panel upgrades. So it's not mutually exclusive, but in the end, the goal is to try and get the customer to buy the most efficient equipment to abate greenhouse gas.
Okay, well, I hear your point, but I just don't find.
No, I appreciate, my answers are not gonna.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
They're not gonna, I appreciate that.
Exclusive, that's one argument, but I think whether they're consistent with state policies, I think somehow maybe we'll just never arrive at that same.
Yeah, unless someone else from the utility has something to say that can make this better, I think this is just where it's not a disconnect, but we're just not in the exact.
It's true. Mr. Provide,
Thank you.
you want to get on this conversation?
I would. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm Jim Gravatt on behalf of the Energy Efficiency Advocates, and I've been listening to this conversation, and I have a couple of concerns, or maybe I'll just say observations about it. One is that there's this framing that if we don't offer the incentives, everybody's going to buy low efficiency equipment. I mean, I used to work in the gas industry, and I remember when, in the mid-90s, when the federal government was thinking about increasing the efficiency requirements for gas water heaters.
And the gas industry said, oh my God, everybody's going to switch back to oil. It's going to be terrible for the environment. Well, of course, that didn't happen. It's this sort of fear generation of what's going to happen, but it's all conjecture. We don't know what's going to happen. Of course, some customers will choose low efficiency equipment, and some choose high, and some will convert to electric. But being informed by data, I think, would probably be helpful in this regard. I think there are also, it's kind of being framed as an either or. Well, there are steps the commission could consider. For example, we've advocated in the past that there shouldn't be incentives in residential new construction for homes that use gas equipment. Now, if you were to stop those incentives and say only incentives for high efficiency homes that are all electric, we certainly wouldn't have the situation where somebody's gas furnace in their new home dies in the middle of winter and they have to replace it on the spot. That issue would go away for those new homes. And this is a bit of a delicate subject. I think everybody is aware of it, but I feel it's important to name it, and I don't mean to disparage anyone by saying this. The gas utilities cannot make an impartial recommendation based purely on policy. I think that the people who work for gas utilities would not be doing their jobs, would not be fulfilling their responsibility if they were not making recommendations that supported the continued viability of the company. So, in this sense, they're conflicted. And I just urge you to take that with a grain of salt. I fully acknowledge this is a complicated issue, but I may have used this story once before with this commission. Maybe you don't remember, because I don't remember. But I remember hearing an architect, William McDonough, who's a leading architect, who talked about if I'm living in Charlotte, Virginia, and I want to get to Washington, D.C., doesn't matter how slowly I head towards Houston, I'm never going to get to Washington. I think that's kind of the question on a policy perspective that we're dealing with here. If the goal is we have to change our emissions, what do we have to do to get there?
Thank you, Mr. Corbett. Commissioner Richard, any additional questions?
No, let's get on to workforce development.
Commissioner Linton, why don't you lead us off? We have about 15 minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Mr. Trout?
I'm very sorry. Before you turn topics, I hope to get through today without it speaking. So I do represent an electric company. And if we were talking just about our narrow business incentives, my company would just be talking about fuel switching. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about meeting the needs of customers. And Ms. Doohan spoke very eloquently for all of the utilities when she pointed out to you that there are going to be customers who, for perfectly legitimate circumstances, are going to want to have the option of switching to a more efficient gas facility, at least in the short run. So you can design policies for the long run, but you also need to take into consideration the short run. You need to take into consideration customers' needs. This is not Texas. We do not, in Maryland, let people freeze to death in order to preserve state policies. We try to protect customers. This commission has a long and unblemished record of trying to protect customers, and that should be an imperative with respect to this issue.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple of questions on the workforce development suggestions and proposals that Mr. Mulaney and I believe one of the utilities also raised. So I'll start with Mr. Mulaney. A recommendation that we have a workforce training committee. Tell me a little about how you think that would look like. What would be the structure? Who would be the manager of?
So without going into details on that, it's mainly that, and I can tell you this, I went to Calvert Hall, and back in the 90s, that's kind of when the start of everything where it was beat into everyone's heads. If you don't go to college, you're not going to get a good job. Okay. That has created such a vacuum for blue collar workers because it created a stigma amongst, a lot of people. And then now we have too many people going to college and not enough jobs for them, which basically is dropping down, the wages for those, white collar kind of jobs because they're all fighting for the same jobs. And right now, the blue collar jobs, the wages are through the roof. And in a lot of cases, we're paying people who don't deserve the money. They're not trained properly. They're bouncing around, trying to get an extra few dollars an hour. And then because we're in such a dire need for employees, we're giving it to them. So we're paying way more for labor, and we don't have the actual employees to show for it as far as that their training is and their abilities go. We're happy if they show up. Like it's that bad. Okay. So we need to kind of flip the script a little bit on this. Vocational schools, I don't know why EBT went from EBT to ET, Eastern Vocational, I'm sorry, Eastern Technical, we need to get back into that kind of things. And even utility companies, they can tell you the same thing. We're talking about fuel switching. BGE, it's 6 weeks to get, great. You want a heat pump? Awesome. We have to upgrade your service. BGE will be here in 6 weeks to do that. And until then, we don't have enough electricity in your home to actually run the heat pump. Okay. So this even goes to the utility companies. I mean, it's not often I'm going to 100%, fight for the utility companies, but when they're right and it's effective to them, we're together on this. We're together. I live in the state of Maryland. So it's not just what's good for my company. It's not what's just good for my customers. I live here. I pay the rates. I'm affected by all this stuff. I don't want rolling brownouts. Okay. But one of the things that we have to do is we need to figure out on the front end, because we're the front end. Okay. The incentives and everything, it's kind of back end. I mean, customers can want that, but they don't get the rebates till later, switching over, whatever. We don't have those employees. So we just need people to kind of hear us out and say, you're not thinking about the guys who show up to your home and how little there are. So we just want to kind of shine a light on that, like our school. Okay. We have HACC has a school. We have several schools throughout the state, and we want to be able to take some of this funding. It's just as important to take the funding to put towards the equipment as it is to put towards finding people to install that equipment. So, if you want to get into, figuring out ways to get to high schools or places like that and actually motivate people and explain to them, how much money you can make doing this kind of work? It's not too many jobs nowadays that you can go from starting out at $15 to $17 an hour. Within a couple of years, you can be in a company truck with a gas card, so that transportation. And within another couple of years after that, you can be making $40 an hour. You can be making $100,000 a year. So we don't have the funding and the means to get the word out to let people know that. We're looking for that balance, and then also trying to find ways to maybe in low income areas, people who don't have vehicles. It's just as important to get them to get into the trades too. Maybe we take some money and we put it towards maybe paying for Ubers to get people to go to and from these schools that we're providing. Because again, tree falling in the woods. We can put a school somewhere, but if we got kids who are interested in going to those schools, if they can't get there because they don't have the means to get there, we got to find creative ways to work this out. And we're not exactly 100% sure on everything we do with it, but that's what the committee's for. We sit around, we brainstorm, we talk about this, and then it's in everyone here's best interest because we all live in the state.
So for the utilities,
Could I actually jump in just quickly? I just wanted to answer a little bit more of your question of what the committee could look like, if that's helpful.
sure.
Yeah, so Sabine Rogers with the Building Performance Association. So really, the proposal to develop a coordinating committee emerged from a series of discussions we had with the utilities and other stakeholders. We had presentations from other states like Massachusetts that have very robust energy efficiency programs and are focusing on workforce development. But we weren't able to come up with a consensus proposal about how to strengthen workforce development through EmPower. And I think particularly in the context of as we're talking about these new goals and the state climate policy and how that will reshape EmPower going forward, it's a really important to bring together the different stakeholders in the state that have workforce perspective, including the Maryland Department of Labor, that have the efficiency perspective, including the utilities, contractors like Mr. Maloney, and folks who have these disparate resources and perspectives on how to advance workforce development and bring them into one space where we can really develop more robust recommendations. Because I think as the contractor in the room has kind of helped share, there is really a challenge right now of our home performance, contractors, our HVAC contractors, efficiency, industry as a whole, finding those trained workers to get the work done.
So thank you. So I wanted to ask a similar question to the utility company, just in terms of how you are addressing this. This has been an issue that's impacted utility companies for several years now. Context, of course, but we've heard that same challenge of needing to get skilled workers to meet projects for all kinds of matters that are pending for the commission. So how have the utility companies been responding? Have you been training and bringing on new people? Has there been something new that you've established? I'm sure if it's...
Yeah, I'm sure I can answer that question. Josh McClellan, Washington Gas, on behalf of Joint Utilities. First of all, I just want to start off by saying that workforce development is a very important issue that the utilities take seriously, and that is a very good point, that it has been an ongoing issue for a while now. As these discussions were moving along in the future programming work group, one of the points that we kept on going back to is any type of workforce development element that is incorporated into EmPower Maryland, it be an existing or something new, needs to have the primary focus of meeting the objectives of EmPower Maryland. And so one of the best ways that we've facilitated that for a while now is through a strong relationship between the utilities and a corresponding contractor and service provider networks that each utility has. Those networks are the cornerstone of the success of any successful energy efficiency program. And so it's incumbent upon the utilities to make sure that they have as many resources and opportunities to strengthen their workforce capabilities. And so there are various elements like that currently exist through the various energy efficiency programs through EmPower Maryland. I don't have a list here in front of me, but there, I personally have seen some of the trainings that go on between the utilities or our program implementers and these contractor networks, which are pretty extensive. These networks range from HVAC contractors, plumbers and pipe fitters, energy management companies, architectural firms. There's a variety of different trades and companies out there that encompass these networks. And so we want to make sure that we have as many resources as possible through EmPower to lift up that workforce as much as we can, but in keeping in mind with the EmPower Maryland objectives. So I guess another very brief example would be there's programmatic training, there is technical training for new pieces of equipment. There might be some business development resources that we can provide to engage with customers more effectively. Those are just a few examples.
Mr. McClellan, Commissioner Linton, let me interject here. I'm looking at the Chief Judge's report at page 42. Tell me if this is accurate, his characterization here, just to make things clear for me. The utilities believe the proposal does not fully reflect the state's numerous existing workforce development programs. Such workforce development issues are much broader than EmPower, and EmPower ratepayer dollars should not be spent on funding initiatives that may not be attributable to or benefit EmPower. Is that your position?
That's our position. Yes, correct.
Thank you. Ms. Moore, could I just ask you to respond?
Yes, Sabine Rogers, with Building Performance Association. So I think there's a couple ideas here, and one of them is that I absolutely acknowledge there are a lot of efforts right now underway in Maryland focused on workforce development. There is a gap in terms of channeling those different resources and building off of what the utilities already do, direct, contractor training, and many other things on workforce development to reach the current need and also the need we're going to see in the next decade.
And there's a need. Mr. Melanie articulated that very, very well. He sees this every day. I guess and nobody disputes that workforce development is a major problem right now. But should EmPower funds, ratepayer funded EmPower funds, be used to create this committee, this workforce development proposal? That's my question to you. Mr. McClellan said no.
So I think our position is it could be a number of different ways. We think the coordinating body is really important, but in this July report to the legislature, the commission could also recommend that the legislature actually create a cross-agency body that could perhaps be more broadly focused on meeting the state's climate goals. And energy efficiency, obviously, as we saw from the Maryland Department of Environment presentation this morning, is a key piece of that. I think the key here is that we really think that there's a gap in terms of a comprehensive coordinating body And all the different stakeholders need to be brought into a room to make the recommendations clear and make it a path forward.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Chairman, can I make one more point to that?
Yes.
Um,
If you can make it brief.
Yeah, they're very brief. So, as far as the workforce money goes for us, like I said, I represent, hundreds of contractors, small contractors, okay? Utilities are saying that they don't recommend using that money towards it. I'm a master plumber, master HVAC, master gas fitter. I can show you emails from, BG Home promising me a $10,000 sign-on bonus to come work for them. I'm the owner of my own company, okay? But the point is, those are, the utility companies are huge, huge corporations. We don't have the money that they have. So we're trying to find ways to do more with less. So to my point, we need workers to be able to install this high efficiency equipment for the EmPower Maryland Fund. But when multi-billion-dollar corporations are offering $10,000 sign-on bonuses to my employees, you see where I'm going with this. We need help where we can get it.
We see that. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Woodson, anything further on this stuff?
Excuse me, can I say, oh, sorry. I was just gonna say that there's, I think, two issues here. And one is workforce development to meet EmPower Maryland goals. And if they are specific to meet EmPower Maryland goals, we work towards that. And that was what Mr. McClellan was referring to. There's also a question of having a workforce to meet a broader installation, a broader climate goal. And to me, the real question should EmPower funding go to train, I'll say the word general HVAC installation, which may be high efficiency or it may not be. I'm not questioning that there's not a need for that kind of workforce development. The question is, and to me the answer is no, is should EmPower funding, we want to be cost effective, should we spend dollars that way?
Utilities are on record. That position is
Okay.
clear.
Follow Mr. Maloney quickly. Who licenses HVAC contractors?
So it's not like a standard retail where you have an MHIC or you're selling things like that. To enter into any business contract in the state of Maryland, if you are a regular contractor, then you have an MHIC license. You just go take a test, relatively quick and easy. It's more a matter of knowing what the law is. When you are a tradesman, HVAC, gas fitter, electrician, plumber, you need to get an apprenticeship license. You need to put in 3 years worth of hours to be eligible to take your journeyman's test. At that point, you can be a tech and be on a job by yourself. And then you need another 3 years after that to be eligible to take your master's license. So it's a long time out.
Those programs, Department of Labor?
Yeah, exactly. DLLR, institutes all that. Yep.
Department of Labor licensing and regulation.
Yes.
That may be a better place for the training aspect of this. I don't know. The piece. I don't want to belabor this point. We got to move on. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you to the panelists on this panel. Next, we'll turn to an overview of the consensus EM and V proposal with our independent evaluator, Mr. Dr. Bill Ober.
I'm Joe Loper with Loper Energy, and I want to be clear, I'm not a doctor. My wife is a doctor, and we were introduced as Dr. and Mr. Michelle Perez. And but so I just want to make that clear so that she doesn't get mad at me anyway. I'm going to walk through the consensus recommendations from the report, and I'm basically, if you look at the table of contents, chapter 7 of the report, you'll see what I'm walking through. But I thought it might be good just for me to say them out loud and then give any clarifications and kind of embellishments from that table of contents. And then I'll
we were happy to see that there was some consensus in this. So you have that honor.
There was a lot of good discussion. I learned a lot in the process, and I think I've gotten my name's mentioned a few times, but I was one of many cogs in the wheel. It was actually a very good process. Thanks to Judge McLean and all the participants. So the first thing is that the EmPower verification evaluation process should be applied to all the programs, and that includes the behind the meter and front of the meter programs that count toward EmPower goals. And so that was a consensus agreement. What was not a consensus as part of that was that the cost effectiveness, we agreed that cost effectiveness should only be applied to the behind the meter projects. So if there were front of the meter projects that came out, some solar or something that came from the utilities, those would not be subject to the EmPower cost effectiveness regime. The presumption there, I think the arguments there is that well, some people think it should be. I think you'll hear from OPC on that, but some argued that the cost effectiveness of the front of the meter activities are determined in other venues and not in EmPower. Second, there is no cost effectiveness requirement for the limited income programs, and that limited income programs savings should count toward the EmPower goals. This is no change from the current, except I don't think the EmPower that the limited income program savings are counted towards goal. At least the utilities are not committed, are not on the hook for it. The cost effectiveness methods and assumptions should be used in the pending potential study that was being discussed earlier, that is currently underway, and the 24 to 26 or 27 program plans. And this is basically just saying to align as best we can our ex ante assumptions that go into these analysis with the assumptions that we'll use ex post for the evaluations. And this is already something that we spend a lot of time on, is trying to agree on all the assumptions that go into the cost effectiveness up front, so that we're not penalizing or benefiting the utilities for activities that or for things that they didn't have any control over. So the hours of use for light bulbs, that kind of thing, where they don't really have control over that, we don't, to the extent we can avoid it, want to penalize them for it. Let's see. So then the EmPower cost effectiveness analyses should continue to utilize the most current available data and thinking. That's actually something we already do. It was because we tried given the goal, we've tried to lock down a lot of the assumptions, as I just said, used for the for goal determination, but we agreed early on 10 years ago or something that we wanted to provide the best available information and analysis to the commission on the cost effectiveness programs, since that's used to determine whether programs should be in portfolios going forward. All right. Also, the evaluation advisory group, that's a group that Dan and I convene. We basically now typically meet every 2 weeks, but we meet more frequently if needed. And we also have a lot of side conversations. We will meet sometimes less frequently, but that the consensus of the future programming work group was that the evaluation advisory group should continue to review all the assumptions annually and update those assumptions if indicated by new data and all that. So basically, I think it was an endorsement of our current process, which many of the key stakeholders in the future programming work group are part of. The evaluation advisory group includes staff, the OPC, Maryland Energy Administration, the utility evaluators, and some others. And basically, we bring other people in as needed on special topics. So basically, we try to, if we're having a hot button issue on, well, right now we're talking about behavioral costs, and so we're have brought in Oracle to make sure that they understand what we're talking about and can provide inputs to those. But there's a lot of topics where we need to bring in people that would definitely not want to participate in our meetings every 2 weeks. Also, the group agreed on a Maryland-specific societal cost test should be the primary test. Currently, I think the way I interpret the Order 87082 from 2015 was that the societal test is the primary test, but the TRC was kept for comparison purposes, temporal comparison, as well as with other jurisdictions. I think over the last number of years, the commission is primarily focused on the total resource cost test. The difference between the total resource cost test and the societal cost test is that the societal cost test includes air emissions benefits, where the TRC does not, and it also has a lower discount rate. Our current discount rate used for our societal cost test is 3%. The future programming work group agreed to go from 3% to 2%. This makes a big difference in terms of the numbers, the cost effectiveness. And it's going to make a big difference on two major fronts. One is with respect to the actual calculations of the societal cost test and how the value of future streams of benefits is higher. But also because the emissions benefits are heavily, including in particular the GHG emissions benefits, are heavily dependent on that discount rate assumption, because you're looking at hundreds of, when EPA develops its numbers for the social cost of carbon, it's looking hundreds of years out into the future. And so if the discount's 3% versus 2%, it is highly material. On to the emissions benefit. So we had agreement on a 9 cent per kilowatt hour air emissions benefit that would be in the societal cost test. That includes CO2 and criteria air emissions. And that was based on, we put a bunch of different scenarios together. Frankly, I could give you a 0.3 cent per kilowatt hour, and I could give you a 30 cent per kilowatt hour. I'm that smart or that dumb, I'm not sure. But it's heavily dependent on the assumptions and inputs that go into there. And so we had a lot of discussion around those inputs and arrived at clearly a negotiated number of 9 cents per kilowatt hour, but we have a method behind it, and that, at least for right now, would be the method we would use for any adjustments. There's also an additional methane emissions benefit. This is associated with production of natural gas and methane leaks associated with that production of gas. And that was determined after some discussion to be additional, that it's associated with throughput, whereas pipeline leakage was not. You could have a relatively small amount of gas in the pipeline and still have the same leakage as you would with a high amount of gas. But on the production side, we determined, or collectively decided and had enough evidence, thanks to Dylan and Nicole, or sorry, to VEIC and OPC with some arguments for that. So anyway, the emissions benefit is a major bump in the benefit stream that would be counted in the primary test. And I would just say that there was a lot of discussion and a collective determination of the group that it is consistent with Maryland policy. Given the policies that were out there, this number is not too big and not too small. Collectively, that was our thinking. Then finally, we have a number of additional benefits that were added into the cost effectiveness. We already have some existing benefits. Some are kind of weird. I get laughed out of some rooms when I tell you people that we have a comfort benefit included in our cost effectiveness analysis. But this is consistent with the principle of if you're going to include the costs to the customers, you should also include the benefits to the customers. And you can either include them both or take them both out, but you can't or should not include one and not the other. So we have a comfort benefit. We have avoided lamp replacement because light bulbs last longer. LED light bulbs last longer than the existing ones. What we've added to this is a 15%. What we've added is a 15% health and safety benefit, which applies to all shell improvements and also for fuel to electric conversions. So that would affect this fuel switching issue. There's also a 10% catch-all adder, and that's because there's other benefits. We had a lot of discussion about other costs and benefits that are not captured in our cost effectiveness, and so that was agreed that we would add that. And then finally, a 10% limited income benefit, which only applies to limited income programs. Hopefully I didn't go over my time for too much.
Thank you, Mr. Loper. That was a good summary of all the good work that you and Mr. Hurley did on this, having the parties reach consensus. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Although everybody sit tight because you're the same panel for our next panel, panel number 4, which is the evaluation protocols and cost effectiveness. So we'll start with Ms. Zeckler.
Good afternoon again. Nicole Zeigler on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. I will be very brief as Mr. Loper has summarized the consensus agreement. I would just point out that first, we believe the changes are very positive. They help align the test with state policy, and they provide more consistency between how cost and benefits are measured. The agreement that all programs that count towards EmPower savings should be subject to the same evaluation is also important because as this has not always been the case in the past, we would just ask, and there are other parties who agreed with this, We would recommend that the commission order that all programs that count towards EmPower savings should be evaluated using the same cost effectiveness framework. Even if the program itself does not have to be cost effective, this does increase transparency and can help lead to better decision making. And we believe that transparency is in ratepayers' best interest. So that is the one point where we would ask the commission to take action on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. Sabine Rogers with the Building Performance Association. So very briefly in my remarks today, I want to highlight how the future programming work group process was guided by the policy neutral and economically sound principles and process laid out in the National Standard Practice Manual, or the NSPM, for distributed energy resources. And also outline briefly how the NSPM can inform any future investigation or updates to the test. And I think a lot of the points Joe made kind of illustrate those principles. So very briefly, in developing the recommended EmPower Maryland jurisdiction-specific test, which BPA supports, the work group first considered the Maryland EV test that was developed by the PC44 work group. And this helps to build an understanding of why a consistent BCA framework is needed for all distributed energy resources to avoid bias in investment decisions of any one DER type, which is set forth by the principle number 1 of the NSPM. Secondly, the first step of the process laid out by the NSPM is to articulate applicable policy goals, which I think, as the rest of the panel has kind of already illustrated, is reflected in this updated proposed jurisdiction-specific test. And third, the future programming work group carefully applied various NSPM principles in its development of impact assumptions for the proposed jurisdiction-specific test. That's including symmetry, ensuring relevant and material impacts are included, and avoiding double counting. So in sum, we support the adoption of the proposed primary Maryland jurisdiction-specific test that was already outlined. And, we believe this work can also importantly serve as a very strong foundation for future review of testing practices, including in the separate case number 9674 on developing or looking into developing a unified benefit cost analysis framework. Finally, the last point, I just want to bring attention to a new companion document to the NSPM that was just released in March, which could be a valuable resource in any future review process. The Method, Tools, and Resources Handbook for Quantifying DER Impacts provides technical information for how benefits and costs of DER investments can be quantified, and it links to over 200 pages of resources and tools. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And like I said, BPA strongly supports the proposed test, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. I was interested up until you said 200 pages. Mr. Shaw, did you have any comments, or are you just hanging out at the table?
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller, I'm sorry. Mr. Miller, you're not on my agenda. Are you speaking?
Yes.
You are, okay. Well, we'll add you there. You're not on the list, but please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Ed Miller, Manager of Development and Compliance for First Energy, representing Potomac Edison and the joint utilities on this panel. I have no prepared comments, but I would like to recognize and appreciate the collaboration with OPC staff, the Commission's independent evaluator, BPA, and the other parties that resulted in the negotiated settlement in the consensus and the compromise among the parties for the evaluation that Mr. Loper described earlier. The one thing that I would like to raise or highlight, I should say, is I really would like to note that the evaluation processes that have been developed for EmPower are very well developed. And I believe most, if not all, parties would recognize that the evaluation processes have been working. They're very rigorous and comprehensive and transparent, involves many parties and input from parties through the evaluation advisory group. And I really believe that that is one of the reasons we're able to get to the consensus and compromise positions on this topic. So I just wanted to highlight something that I believe is working very well for the Commission.
Thank you. Mr. Loper, did you have additional comments for this panel?
No.
Mr. Early?
No, staff has no additional comments, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Colleagues? Okay, thank you. We will take a short break until 3 p.m. We'll convene with another super panel for 1 hour and then another big panel after an hour. That'll take us to 5 p.m. Recess until 3.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We are now on panel 5 of 6. We have a number of people, probably not enough seats at the table, so please take a podium. This is with respect to legislation and third-party opportunities to become a program administrator. We'll begin again with Ms. Zeigler.
Good afternoon, Nicole Zeigler on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. This topic was discussed obviously in the future programming work group, and we do feel like there may be an expanded role for third parties within EmPower, if not third-party administration of EmPower. And we're not suggesting that that change be made at this point, but we are suggesting that it would be helpful for the commission to have the authority, if it wishes to do so, to consider third-party administration of EmPower. There was some discussion in the future programming work group as to whether the statute allows that. Our take was that the commission may already have this authority, but if the commission feels that it does need the authority, we would ask that we would respect the request or suggest that the commission requests this authority from the General Assembly. There have been some studies suggesting that administrative costs are very high with utility administered programs. There was a study by the U.S. Energy Information Administration, and they surveyed hundreds of electric utilities and third-party program managers and found that 38% of energy efficiency program spending was spent on administrative, marketing, and other costs. This may or may not be distinct from what would be spent by a third party administering the program, but we feel like that's worth looking into. We just feel that all options should be on the table. And the other recommendation that we had relates to a stakeholder board. A stakeholder board would not supplant commission authority. The stakeholder boards are often used in many leading energy efficiency states to help reach consensus on different items. And we feel that this could be helpful. And our thought was that the commission could direct a work group to develop a specific framework for a stakeholder board that could be established in 2023 to support the planning for 2024. Stakeholder boards often they've been very effective at soliciting stakeholder input and then providing the voice of stakeholders to the commission when it's making important decisions. So I'm available for any questions, and I thank you.
Thank you. We are.
Does OPC believe Maryland is a leading energy efficiency state?
Yes, we do.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. Garrett Fitzgerald with Montgomery County. I'd like to comment on the concept of third-party program administration. Many residents and businesses in Montgomery County have, of course, benefited tremendously from our existing utility programs. We value these programs very much, and everyone in this room and elsewhere who helped to plan and deliver them. That said, as we heard earlier today, achieving the state's ambitious climate goals will require us to do more and to scale up probably rather substantially. We believe this is possible and that it'll be most effective if we can expand our toolbox, leveraging both our collective wisdom and creativity, as well as our unique strengths and opportunities. Montgomery County believes that third-party program administration can be an effective and valuable component of EmPower as a complement to utility-administered programs. For example, third-party programs could be tailored to engage traditionally hard-to-reach and underserved customers. Third-party programs can also serve as a testing ground for innovation and can produce valuable data to inform new or expanded programs that are administered by utilities. We believe there are multiple ways that third-party program administration could be handled within the EmPower portfolio in a manner that is both collaborative with and complementary to utility-administered programs. This can be done while differentiating roles and responsibilities, avoiding duplication, and ensuring effective communication, customer engagement, measurement, learning, and oversight. And we believe that local governments should be eligible to serve as third-party program administrators individually or perhaps in a collective fashion, as we see in California. Local governments hold unique relationships with their constituents and can offer unique pathways to support the achievement of EmPower goals, as we currently do through certain Montgomery County programs. We are confident this can work because we have seen it happen elsewhere already. The California Public Utilities Commission initiated a pilot of local government third-party program administration, which started back in 2013. decision in 2019 chose to retain that structure. So there continue to be local government third-party programs operating today. Those programs have also prioritized hard-to-reach customers and activities not included in traditional utility program portfolios. The county encourages the Commission to establish a work group or alternative to explore this issue further and to invest in pilot programs to test these concepts. We would appreciate the opportunity to further explore this with the Commission, utilities, and others. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from Mr. Gravatt.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jim Gravatt on behalf of the Energy Efficiency Advocates. And just there was a lot of discussion about third-party opportunities, and I think that discussion was well represented in the report. Our suggestion was, in considering third parties, that they should only be favored over utility implemented programs to the extent they can be demonstrated to get more savings, get savings at a lower cost, or to reach constituencies that the utilities were not being successful at reaching. So in our definition, we put a fairly narrow band on it, but really want to open the door because, you know, to just say, well, the utilities are doing everything that can be done, that may or may not be true. We don't know what other opportunities are out there. And if some entity comes forward and says, here's a way we think that we can get more savings that you're not getting, and if it's for lower cost or it's more savings to reach a higher goal, then I think that there should be room for that in the portfolio. And I just want to note, I was surprised when I read the Joint Utilities comments that they filed in response to the report, because they suggested in their comments that there was consensus and agreement around the definitions that they put forward, which is not my recollection at all, and it's not what the report says. So there were very different views on what the value of third parties or how they should be defined. But I think it's well documented in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Idrisu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Babatunde Idrisu from the Maryland Energy Administration, and I appreciate the opportunity to share our position on third-party opportunities and legislation. First of all, in the work group, we had different definitions on what third-party opportunities meant. And I believe that it's important to have a consistent definition of what are third-party opportunities. It's critical that everyone's on the same page and that discussions are focused. Just speaking generally, we could say, okay, third-party opportunities can be viewed as energy efficiency or demand response programs offered by non-utility actors within the EmPower portfolio. I believe it's important that these opportunities are practical, cost-effective, and aligned with overall EmPower targets. Also, it's important to respond to some questions concerning the operation of third parties opportunities. We want to understand how the cost and the savings are paid for and evaluated, and how much EmPower funding will be allocated to non-utility energy efficiency programs. It's important that we do not place undue burdens on Maryland repairs while ensuring that targets set out for the program are achieved. In the state of Maryland, the effects and value of third-party opportunities are still relatively unknown. Third-party opportunities could be utilized to provide coverage in areas where utility programs have weaknesses, or they could be used to serve distinct target markets, such as hard-to-reach customer subsets or customers that are not considered competitive. Clear representation also of programs offered by third parties is critical to building customer confidence and protecting customers from exploitative practices. As regards the legislation, MEA did not make any specific, did not propose any specific regulation, but just offered the guideline that any proposed changes to legislation must be consistent, clear, and flexible to future changes in the market and program design. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. Ed Miller, again, representing the joint utilities on this panel. Regarding third-party participation in the utility programs, the utilities do continue to support the staff-led process of holding a technical conference to solicit third-party engagement and input, providing new program ideas and opportunities for consideration of the parties. We do note the in our comments, that we do recommend that third parties can also partner with DHCD and or the utilities to, leverage our programs and provide them to certain customers. We believe that alleviates some of the concerns that have been highlighted. One of our statements is that prior to adding, third-party entities to EmPower, some of the considerations that would need to be addressed is, regulatory and some of the practical complexities of adding additional parties. Some of those include, the issue of third parties having independent programs, and then how are the goals handled. As we heard this morning, we had a lot of discussion regarding goals between DHCD and the utilities and how to have goal structure set up, to recognize DHCD's role as well as the utilities role. Similarly, having additional third-party administrators would add in additional complexity regarding how would we handle the goals under that type of scenario. Secondly, there's potential for duplication of programs or different programs, and if we have a subset of customers who have the opportunity to participate in different programs, is there, although all customers are paying for the programs, presumably customers would be paying, there could be some discriminatory considerations there that we would need to work through. I mentioned customers paying for the programs. How we would handle funding for the programs and cost recovery for the programs by additional third parties is an additional complexity. And then that's not to say that there wouldn't also be some, oversight considerations. Currently the utilities and DHCD have, there's a lot of oversight, a lot of standard evaluation practices, tracking and reporting practices. The review, the semi-annual reporting in front of the commission and all the comments. So introducing additional third parties into that mix does create, additional layers of complexity. And then there's some other implications too that we noted in our comments, such as the EmPower brand usage, something that we're all very sensitive to with branding of EmPower to customers. The potential for customer satisfaction and confusion, if the utilities and DHCD and additional third parties are marketing similar programs to customers or different programs to customers, and customers, don't understand what programs are eligible for or not eligible for, could create confusion and satisfaction issues with the customers. So just wanted to highlight some of the concerns that the joint utilities raised that would have to be considered in order for us to introduce additional third parties into the EmPower program administration.
Thank you. We'll hear from Mr. Hurley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Dan Hurley again for staff. I'm going to limit my comments to the third-party opportunities. And I think one thing we would need to figure out is like a definition of what that third party is. I'm thinking of third party as an entity outside the utilities offering energy efficiency services. Now, if that's the entity in mind, we have to figure out, are we funding it through, are the utilities going to pay for their savings? And that's going to be part of the EmPower surcharge. Are we going to be able to add these savings to the EmPower goal without any extra surcharge money because that entity is running their program? There's a couple of challenges there. And if that's the case, there's an evaluation issue with going forward and evaluating third-party entities that are outside the EmPower program. So there's just some of the areas of concern that staff has with potentially moving to third party.
I recognize we have sort of the Magnificent Seven in terms of program administrators right now. I suspect the utilities don't want to give up any lock on that monopoly status that they have along with DHCD. Although I suspect it would be terribly complex to introduce either overlay or displace a current provider of power measures with somebody else, perhaps Montgomery County, perhaps a private enterprise. A lot to think about here, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the concerns I have, it's not clear to me how this would work, is jurisdictional authority of the commission for these third-party actors. I don't know how we have, or the staff thought about how we would have jurisdictional authority over somebody we don't have jurisdictional authority over.
Sure, I haven't really, staff hasn't given that much consideration to the outside third parties. Now, within the EmPower program itself, when the utilities hire contractors to run their programs, and obviously they're under the authority of shoot. But this outside third party, you know, it's almost raises similar issues to the green button data access that we've been working on now for a while.
So would we, conceptually, I don't know, did the work group talk about like us approving these third-party suppliers as part of the portfolio of the administrators? It's not clear what this idea is, or how it works, or how we do cost recovery, or any other works. I don't know, because we could be approving a part of a portfolio of a utility that is intended to be driven by this third-party supplier. We have no way to hold that third-party supplier accountable for it. It may not be part of the utilities or DHCD. I just, this whole concept is confusing.
Perhaps if I could ask Mr. Fitzgerald, would Montgomery County submit itself to the jurisdiction of this commission if it were, let's say, to be deemed a program administrator of EmPower?
Well, I think it certainly seems like something we'd have to explore. I mean, I know from the little bit that we've talked with folks in California about how this has worked. In California, you have 9 in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, and there's one in Southern California. The 9 counties of the San Francisco Bay Area formed what they call the Regional Energy Network, and the Utility Commission, I believe, hears ideas for third-party programs that would be administered by that energy network, by that conglomeration of local governments on a case-by-case basis, and decides, is this something that is going to be aligned and help us advance our goals and reach customers? There's a requirement that the proposer of that third-party program share the business plan and ultimately sign cooperative agreements with the utilities whose territories they're operating in. My knowledge of this doesn't go much further than what I'm sharing with you now, but they've wrestled with all of these same things, and I think ultimately, if the commission is able to execute a contract for a study to be done with an entity, like there are ways of essentially holding some accountability, even if it's not the same form of regulatory oversight that the commission has with utilities. There are ways of establishing contractual agreements, of course, with folks who would be carrying out work that's been commissioned by the commission, and it does seem possible. So with Montgomery County specifically, I can't answer that. I can't speak on behalf of the county. Would you all want to authorize programs that are held at a county level or a multi-county level, the way they've done in California? There's a lot of those things that I think that could be explored. But yes, that's where they've landed in California. Local governments are serving as the administrators of the programs, and they have that kind of relationship with the commission.
I'd be willing to bet my next paycheck that County Councilman Tom Hucker would never agree to submit the county to the jurisdiction control of this position.
Mr. Hurley, so just so I understand, I guess the legal aspect of this. It's my understanding that at this point, it's the utilities, they are the administrator for each of their service territories. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's the legal, I guess, paradigm we work in. And I know we've discussed this over the years, this idea of how can we maybe bring in some of these third parties, the idea being we can maybe bring ideas in from, outside the state, innovations, that type of thing. At this point, I've been approached at neighborhood meetings and places by individuals who are very interested in pursuing that, and that they have not really found any way to actually get into the system. Are you aware of any, even though we've talked about this concept over the years, anyone approaching the commission and asking for any guidance to how they might actually avail themselves of possible opportunity to engage with EmPower programs?
I can't recall being contacted by any outside party as far as becoming engaged, but what we do before each program cycle planning process is we do have this technical conference, and we send out an invitation to propose programs and provide us with participants' cost, energy savings, evaluation, cost effectiveness And we send it out to a wide list. And I think we also include like, hey, if you know anyone else, please forward that on to them. And then they'll respond to our request. And then we'll try to put together the conference where if we have enough, we could break it up to a residential proposal day, a commercial proposal day. And then it's ultimately it is up to the utilities to accept or decline that kind of program. Traditionally, that's just been how we've done it. Utilities are on the hook for the savings. So it's generally their program.
Okay. Mr. Miller, have you been approached? And I'll be just quite candid with you. I had some kind of, again, these same meetings. I've had, complaints like, we just don't know how to get this to Maryland. We've talked to the utilities. They seem interested, but then it just never goes anywhere. Can you give me insights of how you approached? First of all, have you ever been approached? Is that a true statement that I've heard? And how does the utility that if you have listen, sound out these ideas?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. We have been approached, and I should say the utilities have been approached, but it's been through the technical conference primarily that Mr. Hurley's referencing that's conducted prior to each program cycle. I know for the current program cycle, we had a number of proposals that were submitted to staff. Staff facilitates issuing out the request for the engagement, the ideas, distributed to the utilities for utilities review and conducted actually, if I recall, a number of meetings with the utilities to talk through to give the entities who propose the ideas an opportunity to present, to have questions and regarding what they were proposing to us. I think for the last cycle that we went through, there was maybe 5 to 7 entities that proposed ideas to the utilities. I know specifically one was included off the top of my head. It was called the shift model. It was brought to us from an entity, I believe they were located in the state of Washington, quite a far way away if I remember correctly. But they brought to us the shift model, and that resulted in us including that within our program plans for the current plan cycle. It's not specifically called that, but it models what that vendor was proposing to us. So, but I believe the staff's process to hold the conference and the stakeholder meetings to hear the ideas and provide the feedback is a solid place to be.
It is okay. And I was just looking at one of the slides from the presentation utility provided us, and it appears that the joint utilities are open to this idea of third parties as partners. Is that correct? And this technical conference that is discussed in your slide, is that the process that's currently in place, or would this be something new we would institute?
That's the process that's currently in place. I know through the future programming working group, some of the other parties, stakeholders in the working group suggested opportunities for improvement. I think that's something that would definitely be, in play for the next program cycle. But definitely that was part of the staff's technical conference that I was referencing.
Okay. And would there be any value from? I was intrigued by this idea of maybe a pilot program to try to see if we can, maybe institute this a little more formally. Do you think that the process is fine as it is, or would some kind of commission direction enhance the idea of third party?
If the commission has specific ideas in mind regarding third party participation, that might be helpful, because I know some of the questions were commenting on not really clear what third party participation means. But regarding the technical conference, I don't believe any direction is needed. I know it was something that was discussed in the working group, and I believe everyone had ideas on how to leverage and improve that process.
Okay. Well, I tend to agree with my colleagues that have some concerns about it's sort of as far as how it is our current responsibility to oversee these programs ultimately, how we would do that outside of with the utilities. But I've always been very interested and intrigued by the idea of what we might be able to, how we might enhance the program with third parties. So I'll take that, If the current process works, I mean, let me ask Montgomery County, Sir Fitzgerald, I mean, do you think through the technical conference, if Montgomery County wanted to engage with a third party, would that process work for you?
It's honestly, it's really something I can't speak much to. I haven't engaged with the technical conference process in the past. So what I know about it is primarily what I've read in some of the comments that were submitted in this case, which doesn't, it leaves us feeling like the optimal solution would be to bring ideas forward to the commission.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you. No questions.
Commissioner Richard, if I may briefly speak to this. I'm just going to ask Mr. Voorhees, he has some comments on the current stakeholder involvement or the current third-party involvement process.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Dylan Voorhees with DEIC. So I think I would agree in part with some of the things that Mr. Miller said about the technical conference. But disagree at parts, and I think it's helpful to be specific. The goal of all of this, I think in general, is to bring ideas and capacities to bear beyond what the utilities are already doing or naturally succeeding at. And I think that the technical conference is part of the way there, but really there's some structures to it that I think don't really invite the sort of competition of ideas that it could. I think the example of the shift model is a good one. It may be the only one. And I think if you think about this from the point of view of a third party, would-be third party program administrator, they have to come forward, they have to provide a lot of detail about what their proposal is. And then it goes into a black box, and it's really the utilities that decide whether or not it's a good idea or not. And if the utilities decide they don't think that's a good idea, you don't hear about it, nothing happens. That isn't really a good structure for bringing forward ideas that are almost by definition sort of beyond the capacity and beyond what the utilities are already naturally inclined to do. So I think some of the program improvements Mr. Miller referred to, I think would welcome some direction from the commission in its order to make that process more transparent and to think about ways so that the utilities are not the sole gatekeeper to whether an idea for a third party coming forward is a good one. And I also just would like to speak to Mr. O'Donnell, Commissioner O'Donnell, your question about jurisdictional authority. I think that is in part why OPC is recommending that if you want clarity from the General Assembly about your authority to assign third party administrators, you ask them for that.
Assuming we would want to ask for that, but
and all OPC
you're
was
talking about independent administrators here of ratepayer funds. We don't have any. I'm telling you, we don't have jurisdiction authority.
Then what OPC would suggest is that you should have options and you should have abilities to choose the right administrators for the.
Would you envision we would license these in some way? Would they become public utility companies? What would they be? What would this new administrator entity be?
I think that OPC doesn't have a position on sort of what they should be.
I'm flummoxed because throw out this high ideal and there's no interest there. What is it?
Well, I think that the challenge is that there are a variety of answers, and there isn't one specific proposal.
I see a variety of problems. It's just a different perspective. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Richards. On this idea of a stakeholder board, how would that differ just from our work group process now, which I understand is basically made up of stakeholders providing guidance and input? What would be different about a stakeholder board?
Commissioner, I think there are a couple of differences. The most important difference is that it would be a standing board or a standing council, and not be sort of operating on an ad hoc basis. And typically, and as Ms. Eichner said, this is a structure that exists in several other jurisdictions that have success. And in fact, I think there's research that shows this is one of the elements that supports really good programs performance. Having a standing body that allows for stakeholders to provide in a more transparent way, in a more rigorous way, input into planning and how the programs are going. It results in most cases in stakeholders becoming more informed. And the more informed stakeholders are, the more able they are able to give guidance to the utilities about the programs. In most cases, stakeholder boards are not just a variety of interest groups, but they tend to be grounded in the energy consumers themselves, be they residential or small business or industrial. They represent those people, and it is those people that the programs are meant to serve. And so typically stakeholder boards are really giving a voice to the consumer constituents that benefit from the programs.
And what are one of these, a couple of these leading programs that have these stakeholder forums? Just out of curiosity, which states have these?
Most of the states in the Northeast actually have some kind of a stakeholder council or stakeholder board.
Okay, and do they also have a work group process? And I kind of see this as a big stakeholder board we're having right now.
Yeah, so I think it would be an alternative in some ways to a work group process that, they might have subgroups that tackle specific problems, but they tend to have an overall structure that allows for more transparency and more regular input into the.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Commissioner, if I could respond to a few thoughts I have.
Very briefly.
Okay, this will be very brief.
We know the position of the utilities.
Yeah, I failed to mention that in addition to the technical conference and the meeting that staff facilitates prior to each program planning cycle, staff is also scheduled, and I believe for the past several program cycles, 2 stakeholder meetings for the utilities that come in, and this follows the technical conference where the utilities present their program plans and what they're thinking for the upcoming program cycle. This is in advance of the program plan filings, so we do believe we are providing, I'll say, program planning information and providing the opportunity and forum for input into the utilities plans. And then regarding the ongoing performance of the programs, I think, I forget which commissioner mentioned it, but, we also believe the semi-annual reporting process is already providing the oversight regarding the ongoing operation of the programs and opportunities to improve the programs, as evidenced by a lot of the midstream program comments that we received just, the recent working group was considered earlier today as an example. So I just want to highlight some of staff's existing processes that are working.
Okay, I appreciate that, and you are entertaining various ideas. The one thing I have heard though is we do seem to be a little bit of a black box when it comes to these types of the process. So perhaps that's something utilities can take back, and that way maybe I won't get all the complaints.
We appreciate the input, and we did hear that through the future planning working group as well.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
So this concludes the 5th panel. We'll now move to the 6th panel with respect to cost recovery, bill impacts, and funding. Let's let OPC start all of these panels. So Mr. Miller, I'll let the utilities start. No?
That's not me. I'm sorry, I think it was brought to my attention. You have an older version.
I might have an older version. Jeff Shaw? Okay.
That was false.
Okay, the utilities.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair. It's certainly late in the day, so I will make my comments very brief. And thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Chris Walls, and I'm with Baltimore Gas and Electric, representing the joint utilities on the cost recovery topic. I think it's instructive to look back before we look forward with a very challenging decision that the commission has to make with regard to cost recovery and the structure. Looking back, I'm one of the gray hairs in the room that's been here since 2008 and been very privileged to be a part of EmPower and seen tremendous amount of work done and success. And I think Commissioner O'Donnell, you asked representatives from OPC, are we a nation leading state? They confirmed we absolutely are. I think that's on the record, and we know that. We should all be proud of that. As a result of that, that's because this body has put together a construct that has incentivized not only the utilities, but developed forums so that we can collectively work together. Obviously, selfishly, I say that the utilities were given a great deal of responsibility to administer these programs. We've achieved and in some cases exceeded results, but the other parties have contributed mightily as well to our direction and the success that we've had. With that being said, I think it's rational to conclude based on all of what you've heard is that likely spend will increase in order to achieve Maryland's policy goals. I think that's pretty clear based on as we formulate and get clear more and more about what specific types of goals we will need to achieve in order to advance Maryland's energy policy. With that being said, we continue to be very sensitive about the costs for our customers and specifically the surcharge that is impacted by achieving greater goals. Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Richard, I recall in past hearings, you very eagerly and I think probably frustratingly said, I want to hear about how you're going to address this unamortized balance. I can assure you we did. We've had many meetings in the work groups along with utility meetings, Exelon meetings, trying to unpack this and come up with a good alternative for you all. I think Commissioner Stanek, you said, or Chair Stanek, excuse me, that you said there's no silver bullet with one of the previous panels. I find that this is the same situation. There's no particular silver bullet with cost recovery as it relates to meeting all the needs of each party. Therefore, the utilities continue to recommend that we move forward with the existing cost recovery model that's been in place that in part has helped us achieve the success with EmPower that we've had in the past. Lastly, you have seen alternatives, specifically OPC and MEA's alternative. We are extremely concerned about that alternative and the impact that will have on customers' bills. I think we modeled that out for you all so that you could visually see that very clearly, that there's double-digit increases within the surcharge that our customers would see if we were to adopt MEA and OPC's proposal. So with that, I'll close and thank you for giving me the opportunity to make those comments.
Thank you. We'll now turn to Mr. Not Mr. Zeichman, Mr. Voorhees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Dylan Voorhees, VEIC for OPC. So first, would like to talk a little bit about the unamortized balance and cost recovery, and then we'll make some comments about PIMS and performance earnings. This chart reflects a brief survey that we put together that uses 2020 data to estimate the earnings that program administrators receive in different jurisdictions as a percentage of the annual program budget. And that's just one metric, but it is a metric that helps us compare earnings, especially for states of different size. And as you'll see, there's little Vermont, where I'm from, on the left, and much larger states throughout here. Subsequently, we received additional estimates from BG&E and that they expect their earnings as a percentage of budgets to be lower in future years. That may be the case. There's a line on this chart that indicates approximately where I think BG&E expects to be in a couple of years. But that didn't really change OPC's position that this situation is unnecessary and unfair and unsustainable. So the question is, why is Maryland appear to be have its program administrator earning so far in excess of other states? Is it because the weighted average cost of capital is so high? No, that's not the case. It's the unamortized balance. That is the driver for this circumstance. So the fundamental solution to that high cost of ratepayers is to pay down the balance and shift toward an expense-based accounting system. Expense-based accounting, where revenues come in from the surcharge and they are passed through as an expense, is the general norm among energy efficiency leading energy efficiency states. And already in Maryland, the annual collections from the power surcharge exceed the annual program budgets. So there's money flowing in and money flowing out. The money flowing in is already larger than the outflow. So the question is what to do with that previous balance. According to estimates provided by the utilities, and OPC did a bunch of analysis, there was pushback, there was a lot of good, healthy discussion, and we saw different numbers. But according to the analysis by the utilities, paying down the balance over 10 years, which is what OPC has been talking about, would result in a net benefit to ratepayers of $300 million in present dollar terms. A net benefit of $300 million compared to the status quo, which is the position you just heard, and evaluated over a 15-year time period. Those are important caveats, because paying down the balance requires a near-term contribution toward the balance, just like paying down your credit card. This could be done with a surcharge increase of very approximately $1 a month or less for the average customer. And I by no means want to minimize that as a cost. Specifically, numbers from BG&E estimated that that cost over the pay down period would actually be on average about 66 cents. So OPC's position is that that is a reasonable cost to achieve a very large net benefit. OPC recommends that that the Commission direct staff to develop a detailed, specific pay down schedule and transition toward expensing using those approximate framework of 10 years and targeting a surcharge increase of no more than $1. And that if that was developed, and there's been a lot of work to date, it could be something that the Commission could evaluate and potentially approve in the fall. Now, as if that was adopted, the utilities would continue to earn a significant return on that balance. It's not going to go away quickly. It would actually have a very long time, and the utilities could continue to earn as that was paid down. You could make different choices about the rate of return that the utilities earn on that. One option as a sort of transition to performance-based is you could apply a performance basis to the rate of return as that balance is paid down. So you could tie the rate of return toward their performance on programs. That is something that the jurisdictions that don't use an expense basis, that capitalize and pay a rate of return, as a general matter, they make the rate of return performance-based. So there's a significant amount of research that performance-based earnings lead to better program performance. That's according to a variety of different national research. And this is another area where Maryland is nearly unique in lacking a performance basis for the earnings that the program administrators earn. Setting aside government agencies, and in a couple of states, a government agency runs, the entire program. But setting aside those, so there's no earnings in those cases. So the DHCD, for example, they don't have any earnings. But setting aside those, we were only able to find one other state out of the top 20 jurisdictions for energy efficiency performance that does not have performance-based earnings besides Maryland. Because if you move toward expensing, which is what we recommend, that takes away the utility's ability to earn anything. And so OPC would recommend that in conjunction with a pay down of the balance, the commission phase in a performance incentive mechanism. And that should be phased in so that the dollar value was low while the utilities were earning a very high return when the balance was still high, and it would increase as the balance was paid down and those returns on the balance were decreasing. Because the utility earnings are very high currently compared to program budgets, OPC's position is that no PIM should be added on top of that unless it is in conjunction with the cost of the ratepayers are paying to those earnings is going down. So a phasing in of a PIM, I'm happy to talk to this if it's helpful. And to be clear, what I mean by a PIM is a pool of earnings that is available to the utilities dependent on their performance toward a goal. And you would have a minimum threshold. For example, 75% is used in a variety of jurisdictions where once the utilities achieve 75% of their goal, they have access to a small portion of that earning pool, going up to 100%, in many cases over 100% to a limit, say 125%. And so on a straight line or some other basis, the utilities earnings is directly linked to this. And this can be provide a performance incentive for the program administrator and can be much more transparent and much more affordable to the ratepayers. And lastly, just a couple of comments on the structure of the PIM, or what are you measuring? OPC supports a PIM that is focused on the most important outcome of EmPower, achievement of savings. And whether that is electrical savings, or as you've heard today, a consensus that it should move toward greenhouse gases, whether it's measured in kilowatt hours or tons of CO2, it is the achievement of those savings that should be the focus of a performance incentive. OPC actually thinks and proposed with the work group a multiple part PIM, but accepts in I don't know if this is a compromised position or not, but in response to concerns by the utilities about the complexity, OPC accepted that it might be prudent to start with just a single metric, total GHG achievement. And finally, OPC is opposed to a PIM that rewards the utilities for spending under their budget, which was a proposal discussed in the work group. I can speak more to that if it's helpful, but we think the focus should not be on cutting costs, but on achieving savings. And we know that the utilities have a very long track record of, which is not negative, but they always come in under budget in EmPower. And so we don't feel the need for a PIM on that. Finally, I can answer questions about measurement and verification, but there is some shifts that are going to be needed in measurement and verification as you move toward a life cycle GHG-based goal. We think those are the M&V challenges of moving toward a PIM are actually smaller than the ones that we're going to have to wrestle with going to a GHG metric. Thank you for giving me a little bit extra time. It's a complex subject, but I appreciate it. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. We'll have some questions for you for sure. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Jeff Shaw from SMECO. A few things I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, and no surprises here. As a cooperative, we were not able to join in the PIM discussion. We stayed out of that discussion. So we don't know quite what we would do in that kind of structure if the state moved that way. We'd have to figure that out between ourselves. We began looking at, you can see it's on the record that SMECO committed to paying down the debt, and we began running the analysis. And it was more than $1 a month for our membership. It was fast approaching $2 a month. Also had my rates team begin looking at what it would take after paying down the debt, looking to an expense model. No surprises, the numbers kept going up. And as you've heard today, with 4X and 2X, depending on different goals, MDE's numbers, limited income numbers, they're going to need more money, fast approaching a lot of dollars. And Chairman, I heard you yesterday during your opening remarks at the admin, lots of difficult conversations and decisions for this. I think in everything we've heard today, this is probably going to be the most difficult decision this commission is going to have to make relative to everything you've heard today. This is going to impact the Maryland ratepayer and the SMECO membership greatly. So just wanted to add those and get those on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. With the balance of the unamortized costs over $800 million, I agree with you, Mr. Shaw. This will be a very difficult decision for the commission. Mr. Gravatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Gravatt on behalf of the Energy Efficiency Advocates. Just a couple of comments. I first want to recognize that OPC and MEA and the utilities put a lot of effort into looking at this, and I appreciate that. Effectively, they did the work for us, so I thank them for that. We are on the record as supporting OPC's proposal. I don't need to say more about that. We feel that the amount, as you have recognized for several years in these proceedings, the amount of the amortized balance is a huge burden on the ratepayers, and it's time to try to do something about it. I recognize the decisions are very difficult. What I do want to say is regarding performance incentive mechanisms, that I agree with OPC that there really shouldn't be any discussion of a performance incentive mechanism to utilities unless there is some way to address this unamortized balance. There's a lot of money based on this balance that's going to utility shareholders, and whether you feel that's appropriate or not, I think it's indisputable. It's a lot of money. I wouldn't support ratepayers paying more money to the utilities unless part of that balance is somehow addressed. And then specifically to, if there is consideration of a performance incentive mechanism, well, what should that be based on? And again, here I agree with the utilities. Almost got me there. I agree with OPC. The metric should be what you actually want them to do. And if the savings is what we're trying to achieve, what we're hoping the utilities will achieve, that's how it should be the basis of the reward, if there is one. I have grave concerns about the utility proposal that says if they underspend their approved budgets, they should get more money in the shareholders' pockets for doing that, because I really think it creates an incentive for them to inflate budgets. And I understand that they're going to be scrutinized in the approval process, nevertheless. And what it also does is creates a perverse incentive for them, in my view, to potentially underinvest in the more expensive program areas, low income, moderate income programs that support longer lived savings. Those all tend to be more expensive. So if they do less of that, then they can get rewarded for it, but they're not necessarily creating more benefits for the state as a result. So with that, I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Iraduza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Babatunde Idrisu, representing the Maryland Energy Administration. And I would have a few comments on cost recovery. As we've seen today, the second half of 2021 saw a positive trend in the delivery of energy savings and associated environmental and health benefits. Program administrators have continued to deliver energy savings above mandated goals by providing energy efficiency programs to residential and commercial consumers. Despite these positives, we've seen that the current structure of the EmPower cost recovery has escalated program costs and resulted in a sizable unamortized balance, including accrued interest estimated at over $800 million. As we plan towards future programming, we need to be mindful about how new goals can affect this cost and their impact on repairs. MEE believes that aligning or realigning program costs with revenues is critical to gaining control over unamortized balance and reducing the long-term effect of repairs. We are open to different approaches to this and that can support the attainment of these objectives. One such approach, which we'll be looking at extensively, is performance incentive mechanisms that can help to reduce or eliminate unamortized balance over time. This would help enable EmPower program costs to be expensed on an annual basis, and any program cost not expensed could be recovered through a surcharge. Could be recovered in a surcharge through the true-up process. MEA supports a PIM design based on EmPower goals that provides incentives for performance. In 2020, we had engaged Oculus to analyze the unamortized program cost accrued under the EmPower program, assess the potential of performance incentives to finance the uncollected balance. The study identified some performance requirements for the successful implementation of PIMS. First is a strict adherence to the approved budget. We've seen that from what the utilities are presented, utilities are traditionally be able to meet EmPower goals within the approved budgets. The second is a robust evaluation process. It's important that we have cost effectiveness in the portfolios that are presented by the utilities. It's also important that we have a balanced distribution of savings, program level savings that ensures that the proposed benefits to ratepayers can be achieved, and that we can improve program savings or program performance by the implementation of performance incentives. The fourth is a reward risk adjustment. As currently designed, we've seen that ratepayers pay interest costs on the uncollected program costs, and we believe that PIMS can help change the risk distribution by creating incentives for utilities to improve program design and thereby improve performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Idrisu.
Thank you. I'll get it right before the end of the day. Before we turn to Mr. Hurley, your comments, your written comments from the administration, very supportive of PIMS. What's your position on the OPC proposal?
We are, that's the only proposal on ground, and we are generally supportive of the OPC proposal.
Generally supportive. Thank you. Mr. Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Dan Hurley on behalf of staff. So I'll keep my comments brief. Staff did not have a proposal for this work group. We had submitted proposals in the past that kind of lowered the amortization period down from 5 to 1 years. So we're still generally supportive of lowering that amortization timeframe. We kind of got to where we are now just based on our current structure. It's a math problem. 5-year amortization with growing program costs just kind of leads to that balance increasing. So there's a couple of ways we want to think of lowering that balance is shorten the time period, shorten the rate of return, lessen the rate of return, or lower program costs. I think lower program costs really aren't going to be tricky to have lower program costs moving forward with the expectation of the goals moving forward. So that's kind of where we are with this cost recovery proposal. It's just it's a puzzle. You know, it's surcharge versus balance versus.
You made it very easy though. There's only 3 levers, right? And we could pull any combination or just one, and it's going to extract some degree of pain. And I think this is going to be probably the most painful decision that the 4 of us will be making, because in my short 4 years here, I've seen this number go up and up. And now 600 million, 800 million, we'll be at over $1 billion soon. And I take some culpability in kicking the can and having the finance work group take a look at it, and have a future programming work group take a look at it. And I heard Mr. Walls, you said you recognize the problem, but you just stated, I quote, use the existing cost recovery model. How do we continue to use a model that's not going to put the brakes on that unamortized balance increasing any further? It won't, right? Is that correct?
It's a challenge. I don't have an answer for an alternative. We did, as has been stated, we did provide a couple of alternatives. This is a very challenging topic, and you know, we continue though. When we look at investments as a utility, we try to, and this is on the record as well, we try to level set all those investments. This investment is of equal value with the other investments. That's a critical element in our view to ensure that we can meet Maryland's policy goals without fail. or at least I shouldn't say so definitively without fail, but certainly eagerly. And our past history supports that. And we continue to acknowledge, though, that it's a challenge. We continue to be very sensitive, though, to the customer and specifically what the customer is paying for this, how they perceive EmPower, and ensuring that they can get the maximum benefit of the investment.
And I hear you're concerned about the ratepayer costs. I think everybody in this room is, but the fact of the matter, to hear the Office of People's Counsel, the state ratepayer advocate, along with the state energy office saying we have to raise the EmPower surcharge in order to start chipping away at this debt. I never hear OPC advocating for an increase in rates, and the fact that they're doing so today stands in stark contrast to the positions I've heard from this office over the past 4 years. Staff, I'm not sure if staff's taking a position aside from being neutral, but Mr. Hurley is right. We either need to take it on the chin now because program costs are only going to get more expensive.
May I say one more thing, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. It is a challenge. There is one other alternative that I'll just point you the commission to that the utilities provided. You'll note that in our filing. It's an unendorsed alternative, but nonetheless, it is an alternative that we put forth for additional consideration. Some of the things that I continue to say is to make sure that the commission is armed with eyes wide open in terms of how challenging this decision will be. And in that spirit, that's another alternative that we did review. Again, it's unendorsed, but it's another perspective for you all to take a look at.
Where would I find that?
That's as part of the reply comments, Chairman Stanek. The joint utility reply comments, there's a chart in there that shows the impact on the surcharge, both for BGE and PHI.
Oh, right, the colorful charts.
Correct.
Yeah.
We like the colorful charts.
The blue, green, yellow charts. Right.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot of pain. Although I suspect that if we are to ever get a handle on this ballooning balance, perhaps OPC's position is the way for us to take it on the chin. And as the state utility regulatory panel here to effectively increase the EmPower surcharge by a substantial amount will not be kindly by the politicians and no doubt there. But we have to do something. I don't hear a lot of other good solutions right now. Mr. Voorhees, let me ask you this. Ratepayers will, similar to the credit card analogy you said, pay it down now, hurt, but over the longer term, you'll save a hell of a lot in interest. You cited 300 million in benefits to ratepayers. Over what period? Is that 10 years?
No, over 15 years.
15.
And most of that benefit comes in the out years, right? So the deficit compared to the status quo accumulates, right? You start paying a higher surcharge, you're increasing the costs in the nearer term, and then once that balance is paid down and you move to expensing, then you start to save money, and the surcharge can actually be lower than it otherwise would be. And it's out several years, but very quickly that number goes to the black to a significant degree. $500 million from 300 million in present dollars.
Starting in about 10 years from now.
So that's right.
That's right.
But adding a discount value, I don't know what, I can't remember off the top of my head what discount value the utilities proposed, but that's their number. $500 million down the line is the same as $300 million of savings today.
Mr. Walls, I agree with you. Raising the EmPower cost 80%, thereabouts would be hard, but we need to do something. And I don't hear a lot of other proposals. I haven't seen a lot of other proposals that move the dial for me all that much. I'll turn to my colleagues. Mr. O'Donnell.
Mr. Hurley, how much is the unamortized balance increasing each year in this fund? How much does it go up?
Over this time frame? Or just
annually? Is it growing?
it has been growing along with increasing costs.
How much?
I'd have to check it, but it's like 150 million.
150 million a year?
I've actually got, and I think one of my colleagues would probably add to this analysis that we recently did. As of 2020, it was 738 million, and as of 2021 Q4, it's 745 million. Not the, and I just for the record, 800 million is significant. 745 is not. It's still significant, but to be clear, for the record, it's 745 million as we stand right now, based on all the utilities reporting in at the end of Q4 2021. And just one quick clarification.
So clarify for me, how much annually about approximately?
Well, that's
Don't make me do the math.
7 million.
About
7 million from one year to the next.
about 7 million a year across all the utilities.
Yes.
Okay. So how much? Go ahead, Mr. Hurley.
Commissioner O'Donnell, I just want to point out that we did change the recovery for behavioral programs to an expensing mode, and also utility administrative costs also.
That was
went to
mitigated. That helped.
expensing, so that's probably helped.
Step in the right direction, this was exactly our thinking at the time when we did that. Okay, so $7 million a year. So how much do I have to increase the surcharge to stop the hemorrhaging? Well, just to tread water and keep the balance where it is. How much of surcharge increase do I have?
Well, I would assume to tread water, and one of my colleagues can probably elaborate on this, but we'd have to, as you have already stated, one of the levers we would use is to keep the costs of the programs moving forward absolutely the same, or peel out additional costs to keep those.
I'm talking about increasing the surcharge. Increase the surcharge of a sufficient quantity to keep the unamortized balance from increasing. It's $7 million a year. How much surcharge do I have to increase?
Yeah, we'd have to calculate it. We could certainly provide some follow-up information on that.
You know, has the work group thought about, one, stopping the growth in the unamortized balance initially, plus having a rider on the surcharge or a surcharge on the surcharge to start paying it down? Maybe not in 10 years, maybe not right away, but maybe get it heading south. So the future generations aren't going to have to pay for this as they are in so many other areas of government.
So one other opportunity, and I go way back 30 years in the utility, we used to have these types of expenses in the distribution. In the distribution rate, we talked about, that was one of the options that we wanted to at least consider, is taking the unamortized balance and put it in the distribution rates, and we could talk about how long it would take to pay that down, and then basically re-up or restart the surcharge under EmPower. That's one particular option. We did talk about the other option, like I said, that's in there, where we take the unamortized balance and put it in a 10-year bucket with full cost recovery and the weighted average cost of capital associated with that, and we start paying it down that way. That's that other alternative. We did put forward as well as expensing. You just mentioned about expensing behavior. It's moderating that a bit. We did offer up as well as an alternative as expensing marketing and EM&B as part of the total package, and that's in our comments. And just one other clarification with Mr. Voorhees' proposal there for 2034. What that assumes is the programs end in 2034. Just to be clear about that particular proposal, and obviously that's up to the commission and the future commissioners on how long this will all this will go. But just to be clear, that's a key element of that particular proposal.
Well, I don't know if I can speak for, I know I can't speak for anybody else on this commission, but I can tell you that for this commissioner, maintaining the status quo ante is not an option. It's not an option. We must act, and we must do something. Maybe it's some iteration of what OBC suggests. Maybe it's some PIM. Maybe it's something. But doing what we've been doing is not an option. We gotta stop it. So maybe do a little bit of calculation on how much it would take to stop the hemorrhaging, stop the growth in the balance, and we could reasonably figure out a way to start heading the balance south, but in the right direction.
Commissioner Matt. Commissioner O'Donnell, I think that in short, some pay down is better than no pay down. And if you can't do all of it, some is going to be to the benefit of ratepayers. One option for you would be to give the staff some parameters about what amount of surcharge growth or rider might be acceptable. How quickly could you pay down the balance?
We can't give that direction until we get the information that I just asked you for.
So we
don't know.
So the calculation that has been done by different sort of parties gives you a sense of the parameters that we're talking about, and I don't have the utilities reply comments.
They haven't given us how much we're going to have to increase the surcharge to stop the hemorrhaging. They have not given us. That's what I'm asking for, and then I'm asking for some incremental options beyond that.
Yeah.
What it's going to cost.
Yeah.
I don't think that's an unreasonable request. And look, if you make your minimum payment on your credit card, it's going to take you forever to pay it off. We know we can't do that. But we got to do something. We can't just let this problem keep growing. It has to be addressed beyond what we've done so far.
Commissioner O'Donnell, I hear you loud and clear, and just to elaborate on our response for you, the additional calculations, what's challenging, of course, like I said up front, is trying to assess the future spend of the program. We'll have to, right now, we've assumed that the future program is flat. We don't believe that. So just so you're very well aware of the fact that we could say program spend is going to go up 20% or 10% or 15% or whatever to incorporate and get you better analysis in terms of how we can moderate.
Make sure we know what your assumption is. We can always cap your programming.
Absolutely.
Commissioner, if I could interject, doing those calculations, we would also be looking at going to straight expensing of all programs at that given time. Because to your credit card analogy, if you keep using and charging, you're never going to get there. So we're going to have to look at going to straight expensing.
I'm suggesting we go to straight expensing instantaneously. I'm not good. It's not what I'm saying. I think I just heard you say that.
Well, if we don't, and we're still amortizing, that balance that you're indicating is going to continue to build, no matter.
That's the unamortized balance.
Okay. We'll just be creating new, so to speak.
Now I'm asking how much you pay to stop creating new unamortized balance.
Got it.
Is the wrong question here?
Commissioner, I don't think you're asking the wrong question. I think it's going to be that will be a small contribution toward the cost to ratepayers that's paying. But I understand your point. It's the beginning.
Then I can make some incremental sense out of what the rest of it's going to cost and how much burden we want to incrementally put on the backs of the ratepayers. Right now, I hear a very approximate. I'm amused by a very approximate. That is compared to very, very approximate, but it's very approximate. I hear over here double digit, but I don't know if it's double digit percentage, double digit dollars, double digit what.
May I clarify for you?
Sure.
It's double digit percentages. It would vary by utility, and it's more like $1 plus for BGE and $2 plus for the PHI companies. Based on our.
I'm a fan of getting right to it. That's the way to bulk, so I can see the problem and figure out how to address it. So.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Joe.
And as I understand it, the average residential ratepayer pays what, about $9 for EmPower? So a $1 increase is double digits, but it might be a small price to pay. Mr. Richard.
Yeah, a lot of the questions and discussion, I don't have that much more to add to it, but other than agreeing that one day of reckoning is here, do it. It's coming, and we really can't live with the status quo. But it's also kind of like one of those we all have to, Catherine and Sunday, at least they live. It's not Thelma and Louise, but we need to understand from OPC. So it is proposal is such that we would go to full expense immediately. Is that correct? Which again, so instead of paying 1/5 the costs for the most part, we'd be paying the whole cost for all these programs. And we would add that dollar to begin paying down. So that's what your analysis assumes, and then that's what OPC is supporting.
Actually, Commissioner, thank you for that question. To be clear, I don't think you need to move to 100% expensing right away. I think that there are a couple of different ways to do it, and they may end up being half a dozen of one or 6 of another. You know, for example, if you went to expensing and you set aside the unamortized balance and tried to pay it down, but you immediately also went to expensing, that's one option. Another option is to transition to expensing, and it's a little bit like what staff has suggested in the past, which is you're reducing your amortization period. So you're slowing the amortization, and then you're sort of stopping it and paying off the balance. So I think that the optimal solution would be to transition to expensing over the time period that you want.
And that's still a 10-year. It's in year 10 when finally we hit that 0 point and the repair begins to benefit. Is that correct?
That's that 10-year time frame was what was analyzed by OPC and MEA previously, and by the joint utilities. So the numbers we're talking about, you know, $1.13 was the number from BG&E in year 1. It goes down according to their calculus. So in year 2, it's a 90-cent increase. In year 3, it's a 64-cent increase. In year 3, it's 57. So there you'll find in the very specific estimates from BG&E about what the surcharge increase would be over for a 10-year time period to get toward expensing. The average over those 10 years would be a 66-cent increase. So yes, $1.13. I'm not quite sure. Maybe Mr. Walsh could explain why much higher in the first year, but $1.13 in the first year, but really not needing to be more than $1 over time.
Okay, and I'm just interested in OPC's view on the idea of, again, I think if I heard you correctly, going to be taking all the existing balance of the amortization, putting it in rate base, maybe advertise that over a reasonable period of time. Obviously, that would be recommendations, and then just start fresh with that is more PIMS based and is expense based. Is that something that OPC has considered and has any views on at this point?
I don't feel like I can represent OPC's views on that particular suggestion, but it seems like it's worth consideration, and to the extent that it is functionally similar to what OPC has proposed, or would have the same kind of ratepayer impact and ratepayer benefit if that was the mechanism. I don't think OPC is particularly focused on the mechanism as much as the result, which is a lower net cost to ratepayers and a manageable, even though it is meaningful, surcharge increase.
Okay. So and also it seems like we do need a lot more detail to make any kind of final determination, and to see what I can presume what the votes are here. But what would Mr. Hurley be the process be at this point? It would be just a directive that we want a proposal to act on, or what do you need to hear from this commission to take the next step?
I think a directive from the commission outlining what we've discussed here today and telling us what they want, what you want us to do, what you want to see from us is what's going to drive this process forward.
Okay. But is it what I'm hearing too is you're hearing wanting to have some options as well, so we have an idea of what the impacts will be, because no matter what, this is a bitter pill, but we, I think, need to take some action.
Right, it's options within a kind of a framework.
Okay. No other questions? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Linton?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't have any questions. I think you guys covered it all pretty thoroughly. Just, I think I agree with all of you. Okay.
Mr. Miller, you've been patient.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for my delay. I had to check some of the comments the utilities provided in the working group to confirm my response. But I wanted to provide a clarification regarding the shared savings performance incentive mechanism that the utilities proposed. And I'm not sure where the confusion came from, but what the utilities proposed as the shared savings incentive mechanism was one where it would only trigger once the utilities met a savings goal. And then secondly, there was a second threshold that the utilities had to do so at less than the forecasted budget. Or I should say the acquisition cost. The intent of that was the utilities heard loud and clear about the concerns with the surcharge and the, you know, as Mr. Walls communicated, all the analysis that we're talking about is based more on the budget being flat. And we heard a lot of discussion today that's putting a lot of upward pressure on what program budgets are going to be in the future. So the utilities proposed that as a second threshold for an incentive to try to put down the pressure on the surcharge increasing, just due to all the uncertainty associated with the programs. The second thing I just wanted to highlight is, our proposal is for the incentive mechanism parameters to be developed later this year when the goal parameters are developed so that we can provide you with the analysis in order to make your decision accordingly. So I just wanted to provide clarification on what the shared savings incentive mechanism was intended to do and why we were proposing that.
Thank you. At this point, everybody knows, they've known since 2017 that the commission owes the report on the future programming to Annapolis by July 1st, 2022. So look out for that report on our website. We'll also be issuing a separate related order with respect to Q3 and 4 of the 2021 EmPower program. I want to thank all of you for preparing today. I know that we moved very quickly through many contentious and non-consensus items, but I want to thank everybody again, particularly those in the future programming work group for working so hard together over the past more than 1 year to getting us where we are. I expect that not every participant will be happy with the commission's determination, but as we've all discovered today, that we have some really hard decisions to make in the coming months. So thank you for visiting us. This meeting is now adjourned.
Not every end.